Why, hello there. I'm slightly transparent today. Let me just adjust this a little bit. Is what it is. I'll be a little bit ghosty. It's very dark and cloudy today. Not supposed to rain, though. Let me make sure everything's happy. It seems to be off to a good start. There are likely Twitch issues today. For a lot of people, it seems slightly scuffed. But we will go on. This is what happens when everyone decides we have to use the same 3 websites for everything. And I'm gonna not worry about it. Alright, we have things to do today. We have so many things to do today. I did deploy our deep desert base. Let's go check our filters here really quick while we're upstairs. Let's go the right way. That'll help. Our lovely view of the wall of the big hangar. We'll work on that at some point later in the week. Because right now, we got deep desert things to do. Let's get these guys all topped up just for good measure. And we'll see what's what here. Whoop. We'll make sure that we're all topped up on everything here too before we take off. And I think we're gonna take the assault because we may have things. I put some stuff in. I think. I'm trying to remember if I had anything to process. I think I had plastinium out there. That's pretty much that is full of that lovely duraluminum. Let's actually get this shuffled over as much as it can be into lubricant. And we need like another, let's say 200 of that. We'll just top up. I believe I have enough fuel out there for the whole rest of the week. Let's check downstairs real quick too before we go. Okay. You ran out of space to process that. Okay. You need to be running that. How is our... Yeah, wait. Prime Mongoot reporting for duty. We'll have to see if that sticks. You're really trying to make it a thing. Alright, so we had a bunch of duraluminum, which is good because we needed some for upstairs stuff. We may need to build another container out here. We've already got you. We've got the advanced weapon, fabricator, and garment, so I think we're good on machinery. We got the advanced vehicle. I feel like this sort of thing is much more fun live. I mean, most things are community interaction wise, right? These can go out. Apparently I threw some stuff into the assault and I didn't take it out there. That's okay. I pulled the plastone out. We have so much plastone now, which is lovely and wonderful. We can make a little bit more still if we need to. Maybe we'll do that, just like, except for there's no room. Spice, that's what I was going to check on. What's our spice situation like? We have 44 spice. We do need some more filters to get made. We already did. Wonderful. What am I doing? Wrong box. We need more room for whatchamacallit, another box, which is kind of a problem, but one that we can solve at a later date. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's see. I'm famously persistent. Even if it's just me, this is not ending unless a funnier bit makes itself manifest. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Let's just throw it here for now. Ooh, let's make it kind of straight-ish, though. Against the wall here. It was the side. There we go. Might still be crooked. Let's find out. Nope. Crooked as hell. There we go. That looks better. Yep. Cool. Let's see. These are outputting the circuit too, right? Yes. We're just gonna call you overflow. And you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to change my titles on the stream. Like an idiot. This is not pulling down the fob. This is let's call it DD Farmin, because that's what we're gonna do here in a minute. We need to go get some spice and here we go. Plastone. Like, we've got a lot of, or not plastone, plastanium. We got a lot of plastanium, but things need to happen. All right, you were working on aluminum. You were working on duralumin. That'll run us out of jasmium, and then there's that. That's fine. Go ahead. 8, sure. No. What happened to the other things? There you go. I've got basalt in my pockets now. Lovely. Let's go put that away right quick. I did look at the plastone efficiency gain on the larger refinery while I was out there, and I decided that I just didn't care. Like, basalt is pretty quick and easy to get, as we discovered last time. That can just run. It's fine. So it's not a big deal. Now, let's go see about this desert business. Actually, hang on. Hang on. Did I already take my spice farming gear out there? Let me double check that before I go. We have resources and things to run while we're in the business out there. And we need to evaluate if we need death stills out there or not, too. So, that's a thing. Spice gear. Oh. I didn't. Okay. I'll grab that. Alright. Kind of just jumped on, plonked down the base, built it up, and got out of Dodge. So, and I can't remember if I had anything that we could run out there or not. There wouldn't have been much water, so I probably didn't. I was probably thinking of the stuff I stuffed into the ornithopter here. But we're going to focus up on getting carrier. Carrier's our next goal. What's the future progression like? Bigger plane? Yes. That's the next one. The carrier is a big honkin' project. And there are unknown questions, such as, do we need to build multiple generators, multiple engines? It's got like 2 tails on the model. I don't know if that means we need 2 tail pieces or not. Like, questions, right? Once we get the carrier and the cargo container for it, that simplifies logistics because we can ship a lot more. Well, I'm presuming it's a lot more, right? I don't know how big the container is, but it's got to be. bigger. And I'm over here today. The ability to lift vehicles around, so we don't have to tear down the buggy anymore. We can just drag it back home and park it in the garage. And the sand crawler, which helps you to farm more spice. Spice and plastanium. If we can get the carrier in, that means we can move out further next week. Or next weekend, I should say. Because we'll be able to carry the buggy around if we need to farm plastanium that we can't get on the local area. Ooh, I forgot to bring fuel with me. That's okay. We can actually just make some fuel here. I want to try spice mining, spice farming with the assault. Because we spend a lot of time flying as opposed to boosting, since we can only do the cargo on the Scout. And we leave a lot of spice behind that then gets picked up by somebody else or whatever. I was contemplating this earlier. And I really want to try it out. As long as we don't get greedy. Right, no fuel in my pocket. As long as we don't get greedy and do stupid things, I think we have time, even with the big ol' slow fat assault, to get up into the air. Let's put you in there for now. Soft steppies. Check on everybody here. You need a filter. Oh yeah, I swapped out the little wind traps for the big ones. We're gonna need to swap, and I added a couple of the big turbines to offset it. We're gonna need to swap these guys for big turbines eventually, but I think we got like another week worth of fuel, basically. We'll double check. And we also have all that Landsrad, yeah, 7 days still. We have all that Landsrad stuff that we can do as well. Oh, for a second I thought this wasn't full. I was like, jeez. We need to build more water storage. Wait, did I already do that? I might have already done that. I knocked out a couple little tasks while I was here. You don't have anything to do yet. You don't have anything to do yet. There's nothing to process yet. Alright, cool. We are all good to go there. This should have a couple plastanium it can make. Perfect. So we'll go get some titanium at some point. But let's go get... Oh no, I'm out of fuel here. Okay. Instead of running back, let's just do some spice right now. Like, we're out here. We might as well. We also have Landsrad stuff that we can do. But right now I want to focus on getting some of this farming that we need to do out here that we've been distracted from knocked out. I want to get it done. And I noticed that we weren't, like... We just didn't spend a lot of time up there looking for spice. It was... All of our spice hunting time was basically just us flying around looking for it. I can't tell if that's a fuel or not. That's some scrap. So I just plunked the base down here because it was easy. Didn't have to worry about getting in and out. There's fuel right down there. It was just not a... Actually, hang on. Let's do this. We grab all that. And we'll run back up here. I got so much fuel back at home, but like, by the time I go back and get it, could have just done this. Wouldn't spice farming be much nicer if it were large cubes? I mean, maybe? It depends on like the gathering method, like. Like, I imagine that if they were to do that, they would do it in a similar way to the mining nodes, right? But that wouldn't make sense for the universe, or like for it's nice to have game variety, right? And if the sun was cubes and all was cubes, no, you cuboid monster, it would not. Hey Terrace, how's it going? How's your week been? Alright, we chuck that in there. We'll make a little bit just to get this guy going. We'll drag back a couple stacks and we'll just build some fuel out here. It'll be fine. What if you just hit it with a pickaxe? I'm good. I spent a lot of time hitting things with pickaxes in my gaming career. And I'm pretty okay with not doing that and doing other things instead. Why aren't you... I guess I was still within your detection radius. Finalized before vacation. Work says I need to work extra before that. That sounds awful. It's exactly the sort of thing I would anticipate from dim-witted corporate middle management peons. We'll grab this. Alright. Just gonna back in here. Alright. What's up with this door? It is not. Oh. Because I had that off. I was looking at the wrong one. Vehicle, automagic, yes. Alright. Now. What if the pickaxe were made of diamond? Nah, I'm good. Alternatively, you can just abuse the indigenous population's mystical ability to summon massive iron golems when they're scared and farm infinite iron. I mean, I could, or I could build a rad space car. That's gonna be so much fuel. Holy cow. Holy cow. What's up, 214? How you doing? Alright, let me grab that. There's so much fuel. We'll top you up with it, and that'll barely touch that. You... Alright. That. And... I'm gonna have to make this hangar bigger, but that's a future me problem, and I'm not gonna worry about it right now. We got everything out of you, right? Y'all. Let's take all of our fancy gear, put it in the box. Instead, I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need these. Oop, need the fuel. Fuel stays. I'll keep that. Instead, we will wear our old stuff and our soft steppies. We'll put you there. That's fine. You can stay there. That's fine. Think. Oh, no, you can go there. I have a theory that, like, it wouldn't make sense to respawn you if I was to be eaten by a worm. It would not make sense to respawn me. Okay, I didn't expand this. We need to expand that. Anyway, sidetracked again. It wouldn't make sense to respawn me with nothing really in my head. Which doesn't mean that's the way it works. But I have this wonderful theory that maybe you keep the things on your belt, which is what happens when you normally die, but everything in your backpack just goes. And yes, I could look it up, but I don't want to. So, let's just put everything on my belt and see what happens. Does your space car contain the screaming anguish of defenseless, scared civilians? You don't know. I don't know. It might. Given the Dune universe, I mean, that'd be more of a Harkonnen thing, but given the Dune universe, maybe. Bum, 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 bum. Where are you, little spice? I guess we could probably cut over this way. It's just so much more satisfying to know for certain. I mean, I suppose if you're into that kind of thing, maybe. I am a Atreides, so I'm a space good guy. So it's not relevant to my interests. We're all about, you know, honor and not having slaves and, you know, that kind of thing. Bum, 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 bum. I love your t-shirt blue noise. Well, thank you. I was just commenting earlier on how I'm just going to be a little ghosty today. Because I decided to wear a blue shirt, not thinking about it. It's even more apparent now that I'm out in the lighter background. It looks cool. Also, to the rest of the chat, you are being inducted into the Mongoons. Do not resist. Honor is for pansies? No, honor is for Atreides. It's different. Different flower. You can be quiet. Hey, I mentioned Mongoons first. It's true, you did. You can't be taking that away from me? No, you mentioned it into the Discord, and another community member has decided to make it their mission to label you all as Mongoons and to induct you into the Church of the Holy Mongoon. I copyrighted it. I copyrighted the word. I don't think that's true. I don't think I even saw a trademark on that word. Duvakine is trying desperately to make it a thing. Check again, it's there. If I see it edited, it'll be, you know, after the fact. I edited the space out. You're a space out. Simply trumpeting your accomplishments, brother. It was an astounding accomplishment, right? It's already a thing, no trying required. Is it though? Is it really a thing? Ooh, is that Spice? Or is that a shadow? It looks kind of like Spice. Tennessee in car. No, I think it's a shadow. Sag. I'm probably a little too close for Spice. It's a shadow. The Goon Court? Bum, 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 bum. I should be cutting north because I am pretty close to that wall. It's not impossible to get Spice out here, it's just not as common. From what I've seen, anyway. I have crap on my screen. Why do I have crap on the screen? Like a dust. That looks like a shadow. That is the border wall. I'll just fall out of the sky now. I wish it was a little bit more visible. Like if it's gonna be a border like that, give a guy a little bit more warning, eh? Give me your spice, deep desert. The destiny of man to reach the monument of the creation of the mongoons. We are simply experiencing our destiny becoming men. Hello, Spice. This is even like a medium-sized one. Hiding behind this dune here. Cheeky little bugger that it is. There we go. Let's go down. Right here. Let the spicing begin. Royal what now? Go ahead and chuck that in there now. It'll be easier to get it in later. You come with me. You come with me. I just realized that spice is kind of like a cone. That's almost a square, right? Close enough? Close enough for you polygon poppers? He of little resolution? Like a very washed out cone? I mean, look. When you can go stack sand without water in a better cone, then you can criticize my cones. Spread those out a little bit more. Probably. Nope. Don't harvest. Take. And I'm gonna go stay in the shade. Nope. I'm gonna get out of here. Matter of fact. Course correction. lovely spice. Oh, there you are. Are you gonna turn around and come right back? You need some spice right now? White spice? That's not a thing. It's only purple. That's the only kind of spice that exists. Is purple? If that's the color of your pee, you should consult a doctor. For sure. There is something very not good going on with you. Used a pickaxe, you wouldn't need to make a cone. It would just kind of float off the ground towards you. That's true. I don't think that's how things work. Pickaxes are not like Roombas. Now, the Sandcrawler is kind of like a Roomba. Except for you gotta drive it manually. I'm sure. Purple urine bag syndrome? No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to know. Don't want to know. It sounds like it were. I'm gonna guess that it's eating a wrecked ship. And not worry about it. But I will, however... Maybe an exorcist, right? Medical stuff only happens in hospitals. Yeah, see, I don't need to know that. That's just not... You know why I work on computers? Because people are gross inside. The insides of a human being is not good. It's not good at all. It's so wet and full of colors that aren't healthy. Especially when they're, you know, not feeling well, which is the only time they go to see you when you are a human mechanic. Yeah, I'd hate being a surgeon too, right? Stand up, incoming. See you in a sec. Nothing from my end. Working on my tasks, no blockers. Rather look at my great pixel art than real human stuff? Yeah. It's less about gore, like... Unless it's like a movie that's trying to be the hyper-realistic about the gore, which is just gross. Like, you know... That kind of thing bothers me less. Yep, coming right back. Okay. That's fine. You can do that, Mr. Werb. Stand up? Yeah, stand up. It's a thing they do in the corporate software world to be agile. So every day you go to a meeting and you say how your task is doing. What did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? And if you have anything that you need to ask anybody, you're supposed to do it. Instead of just, you know, doing your fucking job and asking people for questions if you run into some weird shit that you can't figure out in a reasonable time. And then maybe you make up some t-shirt sizes, because programming this task is a large t-shirt for some reason. And then a scrum master gets to justify their existence by scheduling the meeting. And it's really just not a good time for anybody. It's really just bad. L corporate BS. Yes. It's deeply funny that Scrum and Agile get conflated so fucking always. What the hell is that? Oh. Far away where? Is he eating chip? Lots of wrecks around today? No, that was really weird. Bluetooth collision? Well, you don't have blue teeth. Brush your teeth. It's not good. But anyway, yeah, so one of the things about Agile is that they wrote their little manifesto, and they said, you know, we value people over process or whatever, right? And you're supposed to be kind of like self-organizing. So then immediately everybody's like, cool, here's this Scrum thing with a bunch of rituals, a bunch of process. That's Agile. Fucking shove it into everything. Deeply funny. And then you pay consultants to come to your business, and all of your software developers are like, so we have too many meetings. And the consultant people stand there and go, well, you should be more agile. And they're like, okay, but what do we do? How do we make this work for us that we're supposed to? And they're like, just be more agile. And then they collect their paycheck and they go home. It's deeply, deeply annoying. And everything I know about agile and project management came from me trying to understand, why are we so fucking stupid? So I fell down the rabbit hole of learning a whole bunch of stuff about that. Just to try to understand how presumably rational humans came up with this thing. And even the people that invented it are pretty much on board with the idea that it's basically useless now. Management has completely destroyed any of the original intent and utility. And now every company just does agile at you, and everybody is miserable. I once worked for a place that did agile at us, but also they had planning leaks and other similarly waterfall-y useless nonsense. It was a deeply stupid place to work. Shove it into everybody. Yep. Deep and sheer. Like, the original manifesto isn't bad. It's just, it's not prescriptive. And so it kind of runs into this problem where whatever good ideas there were in there, like, if you have a good idea for how to run things based on what you've seen at a bunch of different companies, because you're a consultant, which is how it all started, right? They were all consultants. You're like, cool. We see all these mistakes made in every company we go into, and here's some things that we have tried and they work, and kind of just a way to think about problems, right? Let's share this with people to try to make the landscape better. But it's not prescriptive, and so in the absence of the experience, you're trying to say, look, just do the same things we did after and developed in our own different and unique ways after years and years of seeing different failures of the same flavor. But then you go, okay, so what do I do? And they're like, well, you just apply your experience. And you just do it, right? And you just follow these watchwords without, like, truly internalizing and understanding them. Which was the biggest failure of the entire thing, I think. Because if you're trying to teach somebody how to do something better, you can't just say, well, just do it better. It needs to be prescriptive. Until you understand the reason behind why the rules are the rules, right? There's kind of, I saw it broken down like this one time. It was, basically there's a couple different stages of competence, right? In the beginning, you don't know the rules. You may have been taught a couple of them, but you don't really know the rules, right? You need to be taught and to be encouraged to follow the rules. This is how you do X, this is how you do Y. Don't worry about it, right? And ideally, you kind of explain to somebody you're mentoring in that sort of regard. Why? Oh, I might have pushed that a little too far, a little far, a little far, a little far. Go, 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 go! I was too far away. Whew. Anyway, so ideally, you kind of explain why they are. It's not all going to get absorbed, and that's fine, right? That's part of the learning process. But, the next stage is that you know why the rules are the way they are, right? Either because you have become familiar with them and used them enough that you have seen the failure modes, or because somebody's explained them and you know, you've gained experience and you kind of know why the rules exist, right? And you've mastered that aspect. And then the next step is you're going to break some rules. And sometimes it's going to bite you and you're going to find out why the rules are the rules, right? And other times it's going to be okay. And you're kind of going to learn, not without failure, but you're going to learn when it's okay to break the rules. And then the final step is that you've internalized everything to such a degree that you can't even recognize the rules anymore. Like, that's just the way thing is. And you would be hard put to explain why that is. Because it's just sort of the vibe you get after, you know, decades of doing a thing. Like, this is the right way to do this. And maybe you can say, well, because of this thing I did in the past, and this is how it turned out. But, like, you kind of just come right back around, right? But it becomes harder to explain. And basically, Agile is written for that last step, almost. And we don't really foster, and haven't for a long time, that sort of deep expertise, right? Because we treat people so poorly and treat them as fungible assets, and we do layoffs all the time, and now we replace them all with AI, quote unquote. Nobody really gets to live with the consequences of their decisions, so they go and say, well, we generated shareholder value by replacing this database with that database or whatever. And everything was amazing, and I'm the best, and I'm the smartest. Meanwhile, at their last company, everything is on fire. They are, in fact, awful, and it was a bad decision, right? But they don't know, and they don't care. They put the pin in their coat, in their hat, feather in the hat, whatever you want to say. They moved on. They led digital transformation. And I don't blame them for that, right? Because job hopping for a long time was the best way to get a raise and to not be pigeonholed into the same thing that you were sick of, and to, you know, make your own career, like chart your own course in your career. I should have hopped more. I definitely should have job hopped more, but I am stupid, and I believe people know what the hell they're doing, just like at a fundamental level, if they're in charge. Or I did. Which is usually not the case. But it has created this current landscape, or contributed to this current landscape. And we see the same things manifesting over and over and over again. And everything is super cargo culty and just in a shit place. And now you have, you know, C-suite morons pushing and telling everybody that they've just spent all this money and time trying to hire, desperately saying, we need talent, we need talent, we need talent. We're now going to say, well, I don't know anything about what you do, but you should be using the robot to do your job. So, you know, get on that. Or you're fired. But also you're fired because we don't need people anymore. Oops, we need people. We have to hire them again. Deeply stupid. And that's my rant for the day. But, oh yeah, by the way, watching this spice field, like, just slowly disappear, amazing. Big fan of this, actually. I'm just, like, on autopilot here. And we filled up half the thopter. It's amazing. There's so much spice in here. Yeah, we're gonna do this from now on. For sure. Which does mean we have to restart our science experiment on the repair durability thing. If we're not going to be using the scout as much, we'll have to switch to using the assault to test that. That's okay. We can do that. It's actually going to wear out slower, too, because we can boost and have cargo at the same time, which is pretty dope. And that'll help us to glide further, faster. Another 1,000 spice in there. Love it. Worm, do not love that, but you know. Just thinking I should scoot a little closer too. That's alright. Oh yeah. As long as I stay close, I got plenty of time to get up in the air. That. 5,000, 750, 9,000 spice in here. It's amazing. And that's half? A little more than half. So even if we only get like 16,000, that's 160 spice? Which, huge, right? That's 3 pieces of the carrier, spice-wise. I don't know, plastone-wise. We'll have to do some of that eventually, too. We have a pretty good stash of it that we've just kind of accumulated over time. Think you're okay? A pretty good stash of it to go through first, but like we will need more as we use it for sure. I don't remember how much the pieces of the carrier take, but I'm sure it's a decent chunk. I think we napkin mapped at least 300 spice for the carrier, so this will be almost half. Slightly more than half. Which is friggin' awesome, right? Big fan of that. The sun being up, though, that can't even pick up that. It's full. My pocket is full. Sun being out, however, not as nice, but we'll deal. We'll cope. We're gonna scooch in a minute here. We can get another couple piles up, though. to avoid getting too much sunstroke because we're going to be out here for longer. Since there's so much more room. So I don't want to run out of water. I don't want to run out of fuel. We got fuel. Lots of fuel left. 1.5 large containers still. That was weird. You just turned around then? Am I like right on the border of... No, I'm in the middle. What are you doing, Mr. Worm? Why are you being weird? I don't like it when you're weird. I like it when you do normal things and I can predict you. Anyway. Once we get the carrier in, we'll also start working on the sandcrawler. See how that can up our spice harvesting game. Because we're pretty well set on plastanium. Like, we got our Mark 6 cut array. Oh no, it's a sandstorm. But I haven't heard the little warning go off, so hopefully...
Sector weather alert.
Never
A
mind.
large sandstorm is approaching.
1 minute, they say. Shit. We gotta go. I can waypoint this though, and hopefully maybe we can come back to it. Well, let's see. Let me see how full we are here in a second. Let me just get my glide on so we can get clear of this sandstorm. This patch looks like it's going to be out of the storm. We're almost full though, too. This looks like it'll be clear. And this is just a little guy, but that's okay. Did see that other guy. Another Thopter out and about. Get a little sunstroke here, it's alright. Got a decent amount of water still. Edge of that might come clip us. A little pile up there too. Oh, now we're good. We'll see if it left our spice alone or not. So close to dodge it. It's further to get around it. I might have gone just back home, but like to keep like to finish filling this up. So It's still there. Excellent. We got another 250 there. Plus our pockets. So it's like a backpack and change, like backpack and a half-ish full. Plus another backpack. Just ballpark. Oh my gosh. Really? Are you here to eat the ship? You better be here to eat the ship. No way I aggroed you that fast. When we go drop this off, we'll go start processing it and then see kind of where our water's at. We might go get some more titanium because we got a ton of strontium filament. Yeah, there we go. A ton of strontium filament already. But we need more titanium to turn it into plastanium. So we can do that, kind of see where our water's at, and judge from there. If we need death stills out here or not, and like, if we do, then we should probably go grab some dead bodies. I suspect we also need to drag out 4 more water containers, but I suspect that we will probably need just to keep on top of the consumption as we spend more time out here crafting things, refining things, I should say. And in the shade. It's not counting as shade. There we go. Could really build a better still suit. But I'd rather spend the spice and plastanium on getting our farming capabilities much higher. That, I think, would be a faster path to great success and wealth of spice and resource. Could also go see if we have anything else that's sold. I think all of it went through, but I don't remember for sure. Speaking of wealth, with my 6 million Solaris, crazy town. Storage is full on that last one, so we just basically got a backpack to fill now, which is freaking awesome. Huge fan of this method, actually. Big fan. Actually kind of like low-key considering, this is going to take a long time to process, low-key considering a second spice refinery out here. Medium one, that is. But it's like, again, more spice, right? So it may wait until we get the crawler and the carrier, and we can, I'm sure it'll be at least as big of a upgrade as, you know, going from hand mining to buggy mining was, which is, you know, double roughly, I think. I don't know, like, even if the yield is the exact same, like, we filled this Thopter almost. From most of this field, like a medium field, build up most of our Thopter. We had 600 that came from 600 and change that came from that guy over there. Everything else come from this, and it's still not quite empty. As long as that sandcrawler can hold enough, which, like, why wouldn't it, right? We've seen them go. It looks like they go pretty quick. There we go, we're full. And there's still, like, a scout and maybe change left over here. Cargo space ones, right? That looks about like the size we used to be able to get out of it. We may come back for this one, we'll see. See what the, like, let's just plan it. Like, let's go straight with the rest of this stuff. If we need to do repairs out here on the engine and power generator, we can. Yeah, they got another trip in them, probably. We should do repairs on, let's see, the right side. That's the one we were picking for the scout. We'll keep that plan going. Just to start our science experiment here. I am gonna go get some coffee as soon as I park up, though. Need more caffeine. Do want. Bum 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 bum. Flower sand out here too we could grab. It's still there on the way back. We could grab it and use it. Well, we gotta go get aluminum anyway, so it doesn't matter. I was just thinking about the water containers. They take silicon. We have a ton at home. It was cargo containers. That's what I was thinking of. The bigger cargo containers we could actually just build straight out here. They take a little bit of silicon, I think, but there is flower sand. We can just grab a handful. And then refine it, because we have the chemical refinery out here. And then the plastanium comes from out here too, so we could just, like, do it. All the raw resources we require are at hand. What's the durability on my compactor? It's alright. It's a little... not terrible. Eventually we'll need to repair it. It might be worth building a repair bench out here too. No, but then we need... I don't know what it takes to repair, I guess. It takes spice, I remember that. And I think plastanium, so maybe we're fine. Maybe it'll be okay if we were to do that. We can repair at least the gathering tools. We'll see if it becomes more of an issue, basically. Yeah, she's a little slower than the Scout, but the boost and the larger capacity kind of makes up for it. in a big way. We should make our hangar a little bigger, I think. Up on top. It's just gonna have to be kind of boxy and square because this guy's harder to land in there. And if we're gonna be doing it more often, I would like it to be easier to do. And the carrier's even bigger, so that would be a problem. I'm actually not sure if the carrier can land in a single claim unit sized base or not. Find out. Yeah, it's alright. Alright, that and let's get unloaded here. All of that. Box is full. Awesome. Friggin' awesome. So 5K, 10K, 12, 13, 14. Right, 14 and change, 15. Like, that's really good. I guess I could just look at the refinery. Oh, screen. The total here. 14,352. That's amazing. So that's 19. That's 190 spice. That's freaking sweet. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's top up on water. That barely put a dent in our supplies, which is good. Plastanium takes a lot more, but, you know, it's a good sign. Alright, let me go get some coffee started real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll go... Hopefully that spice is still there. We'll go see. Alright. There we go. Now, while that cools off, becomes not lava, let's go ahead and adjust that a little bit. But then go see... yeah, we got another drink and stuff. Go see if our spice is still out there. Because there's like a decent chunk still left, for sure. And if not, we'll cruise around, see if we can't find it some more. It'd be good to not leave until we have that 190. What's going on with my sound? Hang on. It'd be good to not leave until we have that 190 refined, so that we can take it back and start our project. Like, there's other things we could do as well too, but you know, make hay while the sun shines, or whatever you want to call it. I just had interesting thoughts. Hold, please, while we cruise across the desert. That is all done. I need to mind my altitude real quick. Should have a pad just for these ideas, but that's okay. There we go. Anywho, I didn't want that idea to go away, to be lost in the ages. Yeah, I was gonna fix up my wingy bits. Oh well, that's fine. We'll do it next time. They're not, like, damaged. It's just we're science. Alright, let's get the rest of our spice here. Lovely that it's still here. Big fan of that. Go that in there so it's easier to drop off in the future. Conveniently, we have arrived just in time for the sun to come. And by conveniently, I mean annoyingly. But that's just the way it is. Some things will never change. Okay, let's go shade up. Bum, 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 bum. A little far up there, but landing on the slope is also a little tricky. So I'm just going to power through this one with the knowledge that I'll just have to sprint a little bit like crazy when the time comes. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Little bit of sunstruck. Oh well. Conveniently, here I stand. Right next to you. Doctor. Hello, he returned. Behold, there were no blockers, and all was good here. Do-do-do. In the name of the Jira, the backlog, and the holy sprint point, or story point. Hello again, fellow mongoose. Jira be with you, and also with you. Crazy that it took nearly 40 minutes to say that, right? It took less time for me to go off on a ranty tangent about why Agile is stupid and everything is wrong in the corporate world than it did for you to do the stand-up, which is a meeting intended to be so short that you can stand during it and are supposed to stand during it to continue to keep it short. Specifically on the theory that nobody wants to stand around all day. I finished that rant ages ago. Out the wings. So annoying. Moments of what the hell were you thinking? Also, this box should be bigger. This collision, this interaction box, whatever it is, should be way bigger so I can reach the damn cargo. I missed the Agile rant. Sadness abounds. It's true. You did. You missed the Agile rant. You'll have to check the VOD at right now minus, 40 minutes or so. got started because 214 said agile question or stand up question mark. And one does not simply explain stand up without ranting. Come on, get in the thopter. There's a worm coming. The gasp, I'll be back. It was a lovely spicing and ranting, is what it was. We ate a lot of spice field, put it all into the thopter, and ranted about the terrible state of corporate software development. Shouldn't have used my suspensor belt there. Of course I haven't. Anyway. Speaking of, I'm like scuffed up for some reason. Probably from jumping off of things. Probably just my ankles. It's probably fine. I'm sure those won't, you know, give me trouble later in life as a result. I'm gonna get a little sunstroke here just because I want to get this done. And we are still early in our water supply. We had lots left last trip. We are being a little too conservative with it, but you know. Would love to bring back another thopter full. We'll see if we can find another field once we're done here. Kind of like go from there, right? Bum 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 bum. We got lots of time while that spice processes. It's very slow. Very slow. Even with the medium, it's very slow. But I think we got... Hang on. Let me double check. Yeah, we got our superior spice yield, so there is a chance to even get more than 190 out of there. Which would be awesome. Really. Pop them off and I'm going to stand in the shade. It's not counting as shade. There we go. Do 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 do. Need to scoot that thopter closer here in a second. Might as well do it now, I suppose. Convenient. I'm still deep in the past, but calling Story Point's t-shirt sizes is amazing. Well, have you never encountered? I guess you're still in the past. That's a thing. It's actually a thing. They do that. keep forgetting that I should play. I should get set up to play royalty-free music during the spice stuff. We're gonna find something. Excuse me? Hello? Noisy neighbors. I'm gonna find something that's like got enough of a catalog that I won't become immediately sick of it after, you know, a stream or two. And this same for you guys, right? Get in. There we go. Holy cow. Standing under it, getting the interaction prompt and not getting in. Deeply distressing. Yeah, something that nobody, that I won't get sick of and that y'all won't get sick of at the same time, right? Just like, if your catalog isn't deep enough, it's almost half full again. Amazing. Catalog isn't deep enough. It becomes repetitive and miserable. Very quickly. But for times like this, it'd be kind of nice to just kind of chill. Play some tunes. Gather the spice. Spice must flow, chat. It must flow. I'm caught up now. You've seen them actually call story point t-shirt size? Yeah. I assume it was, no. Holy fuck. Okay then. You didn't hear him coming at all. That scared the shit out of me. Anyway, yeah, that's a thing. It comes from the fact that you're not supposed to equate story points to time, right? They're trying to divorce the notion of a point is a day or whatever, right? A lot of places get it wrong. That's also part of why they're supposed to be prime numbers or whatever stupid rule there is, right? You're supposed to try to get away from this will take 6 days or whatever. So some people find it difficult to not associate numbers to days, so instead, and that gets into a whole other thing, but instead they just say, okay, well, do t-shirt sizes. Is this an extra large task? Is this a small task? Is it a medium task? And it's the dumbest fucking thing in the world, but that's just what they do. They always do anyway. Yeah, very common for it to happen. That's part of why that's an alternative. Like all the little stupid games that they build around Scrum, like planning poker, which is also just dumb as shit, right? That's also to try to get people to do Agile. Because you're not supposed to... They're trying to break, like, the group think, right? Or letting one person who's the most experienced dictate what the points are, right? So you're supposed to... Story points are supposed to be recalibrated very often. And often, like, anytime a new person joins the team, you're supposed to do it, too, right? You're supposed to say, okay, this is going to be our benchmark task or whatever, so this thing that's going to take X amount of time, whatever random-ass thing, is going to be our new medium, right? And then everything from there is going to be like the same as, is this twice as hard as this thing? Or is it 10 times or whatever, right? And maybe you're supposed to start not medium, I forget exactly, but like, it's all arbitrary anyway. It doesn't make any sense. Because people don't think in fucking t-shirt sizes, and they don't think in random points. They think in time, right? It's a pointless abstraction, worse than Java even, right? We were doing this huge Python migration project once. It was for a very large test suite, and basically our approach is that we would take a test, like, because they were kind of broken up into modules, so like a test module basically, and we'd refactor that one at a time, and then work through it because it was all Python. So you have to basically run it to find out, you know, if anything is stupid. And mostly it was just changing strings around a lot, but like there was also just a ton of garbage in there that had accumulated over time and through ineptitude. Like some of the Python was just very, very poorly written. I've never understood points. Like I don't get it. My brain does not work that way. I cannot arbitrarily assign, especially because they never recalibrate. It's always like I had no baseline, right? So I was just like, yeah, it takes like 2 days basically to get everything tidied up. Most of them that are simple, that are just porting things over, deciding what should be a byte array, what should be a string, because every library also did something different, right? Every dependency, which will also need to be upgraded because all of our dependencies are 9,000 years old. So they had to be updated to work as well in Python 3. So like 2 days for one that was normal was pretty average. So, you know, day and a half, 2 days is what I would say. They're like, how long does this take you? Day and a half, 2 days. And somebody tried to actually me once. Like, you're not supposed to give it in days. And like, we were lucky enough on that particular project to have one of the most based Scrum Masters I've ever had. She was like this old hippie lady. She like took her notes on things in Vim because that's just how she rolled. And the Scrum Master we started with was kind of a stickler for stuff like that. And it was kind of a pain in the ass and rubbed me the wrong way. We switched to this lady, and she was like, I mean, he gave you an estimate, that's fine. Python, truly one of the languages that exist. Truly. Truly. I didn't mind Python, like, that, being an interpreted language always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I find it annoying to have to run it and exercise every single code path to prove that you had not made this stupid error that the IDE didn't catch, which is very easy to do, very common, right? But ever since I started writing Go, what is that rumble? I hope that's a ship and not a worm. I've already shit myself once today, thank you. Once I started writing Go, like, Python is dead to me. It's just so much better. And it, like, it's almost as fast to write. Like, Python is very fast to write. That's nice about it. Not as fast as Go. Dang, Vim notes be wild? Yeah. Based? Yes. I enjoyed working with her. She was pretty awesome. It was really funny because she was like just like an old hippie lady. Old, you know, not like gray hair, but like older. Her Slack picture was the tech girl from XKCD with like the blue streak in her hair, and she like had that streak at some point too. I don't know if it was like Halloween or just like she decided it would be fun to do. But and she was just super chill about everything. She's, as long as stuff got done, like, she was not a pain in the ass. She didn't try to drive things. She just chilled. It's so fundamentally inefficient and design sucks. Yeah. Like, it has a lot of flaws. I would probably still write more Python. I'd probably still enjoy writing Python if I hadn't been completely and utterly spoiled by Go, right? The speed with which you can stand things up in Python is attractive, and it's nice, right? You can go really, really fast. But you can go almost as fast, and I would argue almost faster in Go. The tooling around Python is kind of the attractive thing, right? And it's mostly cross-platform, which is nice. There's all the spice. But so, you know, but like, Go fixes it. Fixes all that. I've been seeing a lot of buzz about Odin again recently, because I guess they're trying to hit 1.0 pretty soon here. And I haven't tried it, but it's kind of interesting. It's on my interested list for sure. I'm also interested in some of the things I've been seeing about Jai, but I don't know what he's going to do with that thing yet. I saw some sort of kerfluffle about, like, maybe he wasn't going to release the language or the compiler for free. But then he said he was going to release his engine for his new game that people seem to be enjoying, but I don't get. So yeah, that's like, if you're charging for your language, that's pretty wild. Like, do what you want with your thing. You created it. You did the work, right? But, like, unsure. I just haven't chased it down. That's true. Python is the only simple way to make a Discord bot? Well, I know that there's Go libraries for Discord bots. I haven't messed with them really. I just looked and saw that they existed at some point. But I know it's there. Odin should be interesting for game design. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I've been hearing... Hello? I've been hearing a lot of good things about it. Just like from people that are not Ginger Bill. Or influencers, right? From people that are just normals. Wait, what is this whole fake... I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked into it. But that was what the impression I got about the argument that I saw in passing. Somebody was complaining or something. And maybe I should be more careful and look that up first before I even speak the words, because invariably somebody will ignore all of the qualifications I have put on there about. I heard something about, and take it as gospel and spread misinformation, which is bad, and I should be careful. Sometimes I forget people listen to the things I say. But some of the stuff that I've seen people talking about with Jai is super interesting. Language and reference, Jai. Jonathan Blow's new language. I know it's in closed beta. That's like an invite-only thing. Or it was last time I checked. Tis the gospel of the Church of Moncooning. No, it's not. No, it's not gospel. Now I'm gonna have to go look. We'll do it as soon as I get back. We'll open up a web browser and double check and see. We'll say true things. I'm still getting used to that idea that sometimes you say shit and people listen, but only to part of it. Because, like, it's deeply weird being a streamer, guys. It's so deeply weird. Like, because it feels like you're just chatting with your bros, right? Then sometimes shit goes kind of crazy. Praise me. How are we doing on that spice? By the way, we're almost half full, which we were kind of like almost half full a while ago, but we've only found one small pocket since then. But you know, that's still 2 scouts basically. We only listen to the part that's most condemning of you. I mean, true. That is how that's how the internet works, right? It's the same with Twitter posts, you know, in general. Like, if you're like, Man, waffles are really good. Somebody will jump in there and be like, "So you fucking hate pancakes, huh? You're pancakeist?" It's like, man, I was just having a good waffle. That's all I wanted, man. That's all I was saying. All else is mere speculation, right? Bum, 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 bum. Where are you, Spice? Tell me. Tell me where you are. That's the one we just went to. Just picked up. That's a rock, not a plume. I thought that was a plume immediately after saying it was a rock. Firstly, waffles are almost always preferable to pancakes. I love a pancake, but waffles are just unreal. Factual. Absolutely factual. However, I posit this for community consideration. Crap. Kind of a pancake. Kind of baller. I'm not sure what's second in this instance, but rest assured it was brilliant. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Say what now? What part of what? What are we talking about? Hello? Well, yes, I would like to see what you're up to over here. The food name, crepe, also known as crepe if you are American. I believe crepe is the correct pronunciation. That was kind of a pancake. Yeah, they're like a very, very, very thin pancake. When you put delicious things in them and roll them up. And then you cry while eating them because the amount of work required to make them is absurd, and you know that you will never have the motivation and patience to make this food for yourself in sufficient quantity to be happy. Crepes. They are good, not waffles, but good, right? I would put them above pancakes myself. Waffles have the advantage of surface area for browning, which is probably the Maillard reaction. Because that's all the rage to say these days. And it seems to be applied to anything that is browned and delicious. But all the dimples being able to be browned increases that surface area and makes them an elite food. See, the only foods I make myself are the ones that take unjustifiable effort, otherwise I get bored. I've never liked cooking that much. Like, I do it a lot because I have to eat. And I can do it acceptably well for my own standards. I have been told by other people that some dishes that I make are very good. I don't enjoy it. It's a thing that I do to exist. I am also just supremely unpicky in general about things like that, so... Like, I dislike meal prepping because it's just kind of sad that the food quality deteriorates so quickly in the fridge. Like, especially because I used to, like, meal prep, and then I would eat like, part of the prep was to make dinner at the same time, right? So, you box up 7 and you eat the 8th, basically. And after eating the 8th for dinner the night before, the lunch just doesn't hit the same, and it's deeply disappointing. Oop, there's a big old patch of spice right there. Waffles are also the perfect maple syrup delivery device. True. I'm kind of not really like... I'm in a weird place with maple syrup, right? On the one hand, it is the classic topping to go with the pancake or the waffle. And one must respect the classic. It is deeply just right in a lot of ways. But I'm also just not like a maple syrup fanatic. I actually would rather, in a lot of ways, do a fruit-based syrup on waffles or pancakes. Like a lovely blackberry syrup, or some boysenberry syrup, raspberry syrup. All of these things are just deliciously and wonderfully amazing. And I would argue superior to the maple syrup. Recently discovered the joys of cooking. I need complexity in all things. Making a tuna sandwich makes me sad. Making a French fruit tart with lemon curd over 5 hours is wonderfully interesting. Yeah, I'm a big fan of anything that I can put into a pot and then walk away from and have delicious food in, an hour to 4 to 6, whatever. Crock pots and instant pots, amazing. Because I have a camper stove, I don't really bake anything or broil anything, just because it's a pain in the ass. I thought I would want it over just the stove top with a microwave when I was shopping around. Turns out I just don't, because I used it once. I was like, wow, this thing sucks. But I used to make sometimes like a, they were like egg bites, but you put pancake mix in them as well, so they're kind of like an eggy, cakey breakfast thing. Very good. You just slop that into a muffin tin. You can put, like, they're savory by nature, right? So you can put, like spinach or something in them. Whatever kind of greens you might want. Corn was good. I used to make those on a semi-regular basis. Because again, you mix up a bowl of slop, you flop it in there, and you put it in the oven for 20 minutes and you're done, right? I like low effort, high return. Let's see here. Snozzberry syrup? Sure. I would try some snozzberry syrup. As long as you assure me that it tastes like snozzberries. If you weren't the head of the Church of Mongooning, I would say that not preferring maple syrup is heresy. Well, in this matter, I am a heretic. Are you talking about flan? No, I don't think so. I've never even, like, I've heard of flan, but I've never even consumed a flan. They're more like a muffin, but with eggy in them, than they are like a dessert, which I believe flan is. I could be mistaken on that. That sounded closer than it looks. Wow, we're really far out here. 18 kilometers to home. Unfortunately, oh yeah, flan is super eggy. Yeah, maybe it's some kind of a form of it, I don't know. I haven't made them in years. What I should have done... Are you coming right back? Well, I guess, so I was thinking I should have done is get a microwave with convection, but I don't know if that would work the same as an oven with convection. You know, I don't know that there's any good portable oven solutions, because what I got now ain't it, that's for sure. Like, you gotta manually light it, which is not true. The stovetop has a spark. Oven, you gotta be manually lit, and it's tiny and not really oven-y. It would probably work. It just sucks to use. Microwave with convection or toaster with convection? Microwave with convection. I haven't looked into toasters with convection. I broke down and finally bought an air fryer. And that has kind of become my favorite thing. For quick and easy stuff, right? It doesn't roast vegetables very well, but like, it'll do, you know, like a home fry, not a deep fried one, like an air fried one. And corn dogs in an air fryer, buddy. If you're white trash enough to enjoy a corn dog, like I am.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
8 minutes, cheese. I gotta tell you what, an air fried corn dog, it's different. And I am, in fact, white trash enough to enjoy a corn dog. Frozen burritos, also pretty good in air fryer. Let's see here. I've used some very serviceable convection toasters before. Gotcha. Do they work like a very small oven with convection? Because that might be interesting. Air fryers are kind of convection-y, closer to a boiler. Yeah, kind of, but like, with convection just means that it circulates the air around things better, as far as I'm aware.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Wish I knew which direction from. I'm gonna push this until like 5 minutes out, and then we'll skedaddle. I'm just gonna grab as much as I can in that time. We're kind of far from home, but I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit here. In the name of getting a whole shitload more spice. And then we'll probably do something different after this for a little while. Because, I don't want to just farm spice today. This should be, between these two trips, we should be really close to what we need for the carry. Well, I guess maybe not quite.
Sector weather
because this won't be full this trip. We might have to come back. Might have to do one more run. It was well, maybe. It depends on if we need like 2 engines and 2 generators or whatever else. I don't know. We'll just see. It would be smart to come back because we know where this is and it's quiet right now. There's nobody else out here trying to compete with us. Yeah, the toaster with convection that I use worked quite well as a mini convection oven. Gotcha. We'll look into them at some point when money and jobs exist again.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's 5 minutes. I don't even see it yet, though. I'm gonna grab what I got on the ground and we'll skedaddle. I'll put that down. Oop. We're like, I guess we're not even close to the edge. We're just diagonally far away, it seems. Come on, worm, go away. I got stuff to grab. I want to get it before I go. Go away. Go away. Get out of here. No more. Oh my gosh. What are you even doing, worm? Why is this stuck on my screen?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Tempting fate there, I'm sure. I want the 200 spies. It's fine. It'll be fine. If we have to, we can bunker up in there. That might actually be the smarter play. Just because that'll keep us closer to where the spice is. There we go. Jeez. Why took so long? I guess it's only gonna be 100 spice, but still, wants it. My
Sector
pockets.
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
All right. Spice is marked. I don't know if I can get shelter. Let's just run. We're gonna run. We'll come back. I don't want to chowder this Thopter all up. Because it's kind of our logistical pipeline at the same time. And I don't really want to farm the resources to replace all of its bits. I'd like to not do that, if possible to avoid. Bring for my catch pockets there. Want a nice little cruise home. It's the precious. I mean, kind of. Like, it's just duraluminum. Like, we're not shy on duraluminum. It would be deeply inconvenient, but not world-ending by any means. And it looks like we can actually get clear of this guy. Thopter chowder sounds delicious, though. I mean, does it, though? They kind of look like dragonflies. Do you think Thopters taste like dragonflies? What do dragonflies taste like? We'll park up over here. This should miss us if we're here. Just chill here for a second. Oh, this thing's almost... Damn it. I should have put... Yeah, it's good. We're out of the danger area sooner. That's good. I could even grab some of that. And make some welding wire, because I didn't have any on me. I suspect dragonflies just taste like crunchy. That would make a degree of sense, because as far as I'm aware, mostly the cultures that eat bugs, you know, quote-unquote naturally or culturally, cover them in spices and things, right? But then again, I guess repair this while we're here. It's a little low. Then again, like, we cover everything in spices, right? Because spices are good as hell. Doctor's doubly so, yes. Doubly crunchy would make sense in that regard, for sure. Are you still... Wow. You're the slowest sandstorm in the entire world. Big spice blow there, but I already know there's a spice blow pocket over here. So, like, I don't know. Like, in the other application that I've seen, or heard about, rather, is that they take, like, you know, mealworms and grind them up really fine and just use them like a protein powder. Which doesn't really sound like a taste thing to me. I would imagine not much taste on account of the lack of fat, right? It's probably kind of less like a goo or a paste. But then again, lobsters are kind of like ocean spiders, and they're good. But I don't know how much of that is butter and seasoning. Like, what does a plain, unseasoned lobster taste like? No idea. Except the British, they don't use the spices. I mean, they do. They do. They used to use a lot more. That's for sure. Medieval people were all about them spices. If you watch Tasting History, that's one of the things he often remarks on when he makes a medieval dish, is that, holy crap, there's a ton of different spices in here. Lots of cloves and nutmegs and stuff. They like that stuff a lot. It's still... Well, I don't know about, like, the modern mincemeat pie, but, like, that's... Even into the industrial age, the mincemeat pie was exceedingly heavily spiced. Not in, like, the hot spicy, but, like, again, cloves and nutmeg and stuff. Currants. Berries and things. Only if they're cooking non-British food. What's the matter with beans on toast, eh? Not gonna lie, beans on toast actually sounds kind of banger, but I like beans in general, so maybe that's just me. I've never tried oh, what's the word? Black pudding. I've never tried black pudding. I'm not sure it sounds good, but it's on my list of things that I would like to try sometime. I'm not sure that fatty pennies is a taste that I would like to have in my mouth, but I'm curious about it because of its long history as a food. Beans are not a bad food, but nearly everything else is better on toast, even just salted butter. I mean, better or different, you know? I'm a big on toast fan in general, too. Isn't black pudding just blood sausage? Yes, that is. That is exactly what it is. It's a whole bunch of fat and congealed blood that they fry. There's probably a bunch of salt, and there's also some seasonings in there. I forget which ones. It's like traditional sausage seasoning type stuff, though. So, like, it is in that same vein. Fair, I agree about the fatty pennies, right? I have seen food tubers make it, consume it, and I have seen people have both reactions. Either, this is actually really good, oh, and I really love this, and this is incredibly awful. How did you people survive? You absolute savages. What's wrong with you? Can't get to... I like how my containers are right here, and I can't interact with them from here. 10 out of 10. Instead, I gotta shove myself in between the little gap there. Oh, Funcom. Never change. Objectively better. Toast is a divine creation. It should not be sullied by such lesser foodstuffs. I mean, maybe you just don't like beans. Have you considered that? Because I like beans, and to me, beans with some tomato sauce kind of sounds good. And on toast, I mean, that's very much in the same vein, if you think about it. Different profile, flavor profile, but same vein as shit on a shingle, right? That uses gravy and stuff, but like, kind of similar concept. And I imagine bread as a flavor would play well with a tomatoey bean. Alright. Let's see. Those people were then colonized by the British Empire. Beans in a taco is lovely. True. Okay, so you're talking about different beans again, though, because like refried beans, that's just like mashed beans in a ton of lard, right? Which is objectively a good bean. 10 out of 10 bean experience. Love some refried beans. Big fan. But like similar deal where you have, you know, beans and a carb, a bready carb. Unless you're talking hard shell taco, in which case you're a filthy heretic, because the soft shell taco is objectively superior. And not corn taco either. Corn tortilla. Flour tortilla. I don't care if it's authentic. In the same way that I don't care if the inventors of the taco had ever even heard of an olive. Black olives belong in Mexican food. They come to the party. For sure. I want that in my mouth. Gravy is not beans, though. True, but the experience is elevated by the presence of toast. So I'm comparing to things that I do know, right? Also, it would taste good. It's just not good enough to waste good toast on. I mean, waste is such a strong word, right? It's just toast. It's just bread. It's very easy to acquire. Black olives on Mexican. I've never even considered it. I will try and blame you. You've never had black olives in a taco or on some nachos. Because that's crazy town. I also like how you assume I meant black olives. What if I meant green olives, chat? What if I meant that? I didn't, but what if I did? We've been talking about food all morning. I'm so hungry. I did? Are you sure? Are you sure? Fairly certain. But are you sure? Such accusations. Extraordinary accusations require extraordinary evidence. I may have said. Because the thought of putting green olives in there, well, I love green olives. The thought of putting them in Mexican food, it doesn't really hit. I don't think I want that. We've been talking about food all morning and I'm starving now. Do you also like pineapple on pizza? Yes. I need to know if I can trust your culinary opinion. So, here's the thing. Yes, pineapple belongs on pizza, but the Hawaiian pizza with the ham, aka Canadian bacon, and pineapple is the inferior method to deliver this culinary wonder. The pepperoni pizza with pineapple added is the superior, vastly superior way. Because the increased saltiness and meatiness of the pepperoni really sets off the sweetness and acidity of pineapple. And if you are a fan of the spicy food and in the spicy food mood, add jalapeno to it. Buddy. Because then you get the lovely spicy, sweet, and meaty flavor. Something in the vein of like a mango habanero salsa or coating for a chicken wing, right? Different, but in that same direction, the same sort of flavor components. Just go back in the video like 85 seconds, then I'd have to watch myself. That's awful. Nobody wants to do that. No, dear Lord, the pineapple doesn't interact in any way with the cheese or sauce. It's just kind of there. It doesn't really detract. It's just, no, well, you must be having crap pineapple then. Because it interacts in a lovely way with all of that. The acidity cuts all the fatty greasiness of the cheese and the pepperoni. And over this hill. Like tomato sauce is already fairly acidic, right? And sweet at the same time. It's acidic and sweet because it's cooked tomato. So it's just more in that same vein, but also with pineapple, right? I also don't want my pizza to be more wet. It's wet enough as it is. Well, you don't like pour pineapple juice on it. Like if you got wet pineapple, I don't know, consult a physician, man. All of that in there. Another lovely batch of spice. Ugh. I want to go out and get the rest of it, but at the same time I don't want to go out and get the rest of it, you know? Nah, I mean... We got more water to fill. We got plastinium to farm. Oh, you're still not done? Holy bejeebus. So there's should be... How much to be? It should be roughly the same. So 19. So there should be 90 spice in here. There is. Okay? So we haven't got any lucky bonuses just yet, it would seem. But that's okay. That's still going. That's kinda crazy town. Durability on this is a little bit low. We can queue that. That's fine. I think we'll go get a little bit more. Because I don't want to repair the compactor yet, because it's not quite low enough to worry about yet. And we're gonna need the spikes. Not though. We're just not. Not yet. It's not gonna matter, because we won't be able to get the crawler yet. Even if we had enough for the carrier right now, we would still need more for the crawler. So yeah, let's go get more. This will probably be our last spice trip for right now. We got a full large cell, we should be okay. And then hopefully it'll line up to where our durability makes sense to repair on the compactor. And we'll see where we're at, spice-wise. It's got to process more anyway. We have, I think 1,000 plastanium. We'll put a big dent in that, I'm sure, building this, just because vehicles are expensive, especially the hulls, but... yeah. Like, we're not being foolish gathering this right now, because we won't get to a more efficient gathering step before, like, we're not just sitting on the resources to make a thing that we can do already. Yes, but pineapple is kind of wet by default, right? And it does need to be a little bit juicy, but like, there's a lot to be said about the chunk size, and like, you know, you don't put a whole ring on there. You need little chunks of pineapple for a little hit of the delicious pineapple-ness and the juiciness, right? All things in balance. You don't want to dry your wets or wet your dries too much. You want a nice soggy, but not soggy. A nice moist experience to eat, right? Also, I work sitting on a wobbly stool. It has one leg, and I like bouncing on it. When you said see a physician, I nearly toppled off my chair. Excellent. Usually when I say just like weird shit like that, it's because the idea occurred to me in the moment, and the little man in my brain went, that's funny. So it's good when somebody else can appreciate that. That's another one of those weird things about streaming, is you just let those little... They're almost intrusive thoughts. You just let them out. It's good. It's good. They're not really intrusive thoughts, I don't think, because I think those are mostly all the bad ones. You know, the little voice telling you to jump. But, they're definitely related. A cousin of the intrusive thought. Oh yeah, I was going to look up this thing. Hang on. We'll do that while we travel another 10 kilometers. Bum, 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 bum. It might be closer to a shower thought. Yeah, it was great. Might be closer to a shower thought. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Let's see. We can find... No. Maintain my altitude here. I can't find so far any mention of what the plans are for the compiler, other than it's still in closed beta. Let's see. Do 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 do. Almost there. I can't find anything that says either way, other than the fact that it's just still in closed beta. There's spice over there too. So maybe what I heard was just somebody spouting off their mouth. What I saw in passing. I try to avoid all of that drama and nonsense in general, and I should just be more careful with the things that I repeat, having not investigated it. It remains on my list of things that are interesting, and maybe someday I'll take a look at. I don't know. Like, all of my programming time lately has just been focused on this other project, basically. And also, I've been burned out, basically. But I'm finally starting to get back to that normal feeling that I have of, like, I could do about 1,000 things right now, and about 850 of them would be a really good idea to work on right this second. Levels of motivation to do everything. Like, I haven't been stalled out. I've just not been... My heart hasn't been in it. But I'm starting to shake that off. Which is good. Getting back to where I need to be. So, that's all still, you know, where it's at. But all of my programming time has been focused on that. I'm making decent progress on it. The project to build better streaming tools has been really on my mind. Ideas for building a game with the mud engine have been really on my mind. But I gotta solve the income problem. So, you know, things. But I don't know that Rust will be the thing, right? I need to spend more time with it, probably off-stream, to just kind of come to grips with it. And to see if I like it. Initial impressions are just not great. I have fundamental issues with just the way Rust likes to think about things. I find them pretty absurd in a lot of cases. And I don't know. I don't know if it'll be the way I wish to continue. And if it isn't, then I'll have to find something else. And the answer may just be the tried and true C, C++, whatever. Don't know. I would like to not. I don't like their tooling ecosystems at all. Let's see here. Great Mongooner has said it, thus it must be true. I'm not a Mongooner. You guys are Mongooners. I am Mongoose. Burnout's rough, yeah. I was in a funk for a year, so after college was a bad time. Yeah, I mean, it's just... And I don't even know what got me, really. Because I have really enjoyed... my time as an unemployed shitbag, just working on things that I enjoy and want to make. In general, that has been good. This is like it's a pretty big project, but like I work on pretty long-term, long time frame things pretty regularly, and it doesn't usually bother me. And I just don't know what it was that wiped me out so bad, where I was just like, I hate all of this and I don't want to do it. You can just return to Go. I mean, yes and no. I don't want to write my own fucking UI library. That's the main thing, right? And I don't see a ton of work going in that direction. Like, there's Cogent, but that's more like Flutter, right? And I don't want to use web and mobile first tools for a native thing. Like, that's the main thing I've learned about working with Flutter for the editor and for the client. Is that, yeah, it works, it's fine. It's not Electron, which is good. I'm reasonably happy with Dart as a language. It has a lot of JavaScriptisms, which I don't love, but it's significantly better, and the ecosystem is better, the standard library is better, right? But I keep running into just clear oversights and things where you can tell where the focus went and where they kind of bolted shit onto the side to say, okay, well, yeah, we can support web too, and we can support desktop too, you know? It's very clear that it was mobile first and wants to remain there. Which is fine. But it makes working with it in non-mobile context kind of a pain in the ass. Are you coming back around? Get out of my... I can't see. You're coming right back around. I need to go up. And not attract you. And yeah, there's bindings for stuff, but like, I don't know. I love Go. I really do. I don't know that it's the language for this kind of a project. For the server side, absolutely. Or not really server side, because it's a local, like the streaming tools is what I'm mostly speaking on here. That would be a local application only, right? But for like the Discord integration and stuff like that the interacts in a server E way, and that might actually require a server to be running. I'm not 100% sure. I have to look at it. But something like that, yeah, sure, absolutely. But for the local bits and pieces, which are the vast majority of what I want to do, I want to do something more native. Let's see, are you not a fan of yourself, hence Mongoon? No, I'm not. I'm really not, actually. I struggle to not just be a critical asshole of myself. I guess you don't like the existing UI frameworks. What are they? There's Fine, which is mobile first. There's Cogent, which is not ready. And I think they've slowed way down on. But there's only two of them. Like, it's the dude and his kid, which is awesome. But the dude is an academic, which is fine. But they don't, and then the kid is just a kid, right? He's a college kid, which again is fine. But they don't have production experience, and it shows in a lot of cases, which is fine too. Like, the project just needs more time, it needs more contributors. But I don't want to contribute to that. I don't want to become a UI framework guy. There's bindings and things for, like, ImGUI. I'm not sold on that, though. Like, it seems like there's a possibility, or a propensity even, for a lot of gotchas to happen. So, I would like to not do that if I can avoid it in a reasonable way. And also just like, being not a UI guy, right? I have learned a ton about UI stuff working through the editor, the client, and through this project. A ton about just like the nature of UIs. And experiencing working with UI problems in Go and in Flutter. I'm just not convinced that Go is the best answer for that problem. And it may be that my inexperience with things like ImGUI, because I've never used it before, it may be that my experience with that is the lack of experience, rather, is the thing that makes me think that there must be better solutions for these problems. Maybe I am just entirely too optimistic about that. Also possible. But that's kind of the thought process that is idly circulating through my head when I think about these things. Cogent Core, yeah. Hey, you can be critical and also a fan. I have a lot of experience with the duality. Yeah, so I've talked about this before. I don't know if you've been here when I have. There was one day, OmniStatic back's about to break. Cool. It'll last for a while. It's down to 20%. It'll last for a while still. There was a day where I thought I might have accidentally doxed myself, and I didn't call any attention to it on stream, but I reviewed the stream, the recording afterwards for sure, to make sure, right? I was gonna cut it out of there if I did. But I got like sidetracked while I was waiting, because I didn't know exactly where it was. So I had it up, and and then I got distracted and did something else on my other screen. And I wound up like co-working with myself for like 45 minutes. Deeply weird feeling. Really, really weird. Really still not sure how I feel about that. But I struggle to be a fan of myself, for sure. Let's see here. That would be rough, get all them fan mails. You mean the doxing or the... or what? Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, it will more than likely happen eventually. I would just like it to not happen. And to delay it happening as long as possible. It does add complexity to my life from time to time. I had a recruiter contact me, and he kept like pushing for a LinkedIn, and I didn't even get to the point where I was like, dude, I don't have a fucking LinkedIn. Just shut up. Because he was annoying and off-putting. But he made a big deal about it. And I was like, man, some of y'all didn't grow up being told not to tell strangers on the internet your fucking name, and it shows. It's just, it just adds complexity. It increases the attack surface. I want that. I like simple things. I want to do things and be rad, you know? Yeah, the docs. I have no frame of reference for co-working with myself, so it's hard to conceive of it. Yeah. I'd never thought of it before either. It was weird. Super weird. You will see horrors beyond your comprehension. Your own self working alongside yourself. Are you gonna turn around and be a worm about things, or you just keep cruising? You're gonna turn around. Okay, but you're going wide. That's cool. I'll just let you go on your merry way for a second here. Alright. You go do worm things over there. I'm gonna do mongoose things over here. We'll just share the desert. Okay? Okay. Sounds good to me. We'll get the rest of this. We'll see how the old compactor's looking. Like, either that or cargo space will halt this expedition. But this will be our last expedition for today for sure. For spice, anyway. We may go do a little plastanium. We need to get to Landsrad eventually, because it helps with this stuff, but, like... I also just need to get into the Farmin here. The endgame farm. It has been neglected and distracted from... for too long. And I actually think that's my harshest criticism of the Landrad system. Is that it's unclear how it's supposed to fit into your endgame progress. Because if I'm doing Landsrad, like I would have to dedicate some of these resources from out here to increasing my gearing capabilities, right? I'd have to build Plystanium armor, Plystanium weapons. Okay, fine, cool. But they cost so damn much that it's like more attractive to focus on increasing your spice and Plystanium generation abilities. Because it's, you know, like 20, 40, it's like 100 and something spice to build a full set of armor, and, you know, another bit for some weaponry. Well, that's halfway to a carrier, or halfway to the, or more than halfway to the cut array, like, or the buggy. So there's this weird, unclear, muddy zone that we're in right now, to where it's to increase my farming speed in Landsrad missions, I would have to neglect farming here for this stuff. But the Landsrad experience makes this go faster, so I don't know, there's... It feels like just... It doesn't feel like an intentional decision or tension like that. It feels like oversight. My biggest issue is lack of cubes. What are you talking about? There's cubes all over the place. Like this? Look at this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cubes right there on this wing. So many cubes. Cubes for days in this game, I tell ya. Like, the end of this compactor is like a couple cubes. Every base we fly past is a cube? Eh? Almost everyone. That's another kind of... That's, I don't know, criticism, but it's an interesting thing I've noticed, is that because the claim area system, the subfief system, puts you inside of a cube, and the natural gamer instinct is to maximize your base per cube, the base becomes a cube. It is a liquid. It expands to fill its available space. Which is an interesting side effect. Those are clearly rectangular cuboids. No cubes. I don't know. I don't know. What if it's actually, topologically speaking, just multiple cubes? What about that? What if it's cubes all the way down? Bum 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 bum. Check on our actor here in a second. Like right now. Right now seems like a great time. Here, have one of those while I go. Da 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 da. Get in. Get in. There we go. Up 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 up. Up 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 up. Up 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 up. I need those edges to be sure without this mere speculation. I mean, sometimes you just gotta have faith in the cube. We're almost full here. It's amazing. Let's see, our compactor, 14%. Just whack the mouse and go circles. That's fun. What I need is do this really quick. There we go. Frog in my throat there. Alright. So. do 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 do. And you. And you. And you. I don't. I only have faith in the eternal mongoose. Hell. What if I, mongoose, am telling you that they are multiple cubes? What then? Which way, aspirant? Or acolyte? Let's see. We might get a little more out of these edges. Not completely sure it's worth it. Versus going and looking at what's over there. In fact, given our low durability, I'm gonna just call this done. Yeah, 23. It's like a half pile. This sounds like abuse of power. Good. What's the point of being a cult leader if you can't abuse some power? Let's see. There's that over there, which looks like a spice blow. But there was another over here, I think? This one may be a small one. However, I would have to accept it. I thought I was looking... Maybe I was looking at this one. I thought I was looking to the north, though. But I don't see any poiple, so either it's way deeper in there, or I was just confused. And given that we're almost full here... Maybe we just hit this one on the way back and call it good for spicing. Also could have been picked up by somebody else. 100% a possibility. Do-do-do-do-do-do. This one seems to have faded off into nothingness. Let's see if the spice is still there, though. So... Is that spice? Hard to say. Could be shadow, could be spice. I think it's spice. This is what happens when you profess your faith of a deity that defends pineapple on pizza and beans on toast. It's true. It's true. Let's see. To the west, give or take. Scoop up this little guy here. We got 500 volume left, so we can grab, not quite 500, 400 and change, still. That is multiple little fellas, or a decent chunk of the big one. And I would like to just go until we're full or my compactor is low. I don't know what happens if you fully break them, so I don't want to do that. I don't know if it breaks and then you just repair it, or if it's like permanently broke. Don't want to find out. Could look it up, rather not. More interesting to play with uncertainty. I like uncertainty. In fact, I was talking with some friends that aren't as big a gamer just last night, I think, about like the Valheim crafting system and the unlock system that they have as opposed to a tech tree. You learn things by either picking up the ingredient or by like building a crafting bench. Like when you build the anvil or whatever, you get to know how to make some things, right? And then you got to pick up, copper to learn how to make the copper sword and armor, stuff like that. So that's interesting, and it's an interesting system to replace the tech tree pointy spendy type thing with that. But I don't know how it hits for less experienced gamers. Like, if this is your first survival crafting game, is it as fun for you to not know as it is for me that I've played 1,000 different crafting games? They all work more or less the same, and the uncertainty is part of the fun. If you don't have that, and you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, like hunting for, you're not the kind of person that's just going to pick up everything anyway, maybe that sucks for accessibility, right? And the verdict was unclear. Let's see here. Breaking it could be fun, though. It could be. I mean, not really, because I would rather spend way less spice and way less plastanium and then spend the difference on the carrier to get things. Because I dream of the carrier life. The carrier and its cargo will enable different decisions to be made. Because we can go live on one of these islands, and then if we mine all of those little nodes on this island, and we're like, well, we still need more plastanium, we can just go hop over to that without being eaten. I'm a big fan of not being eaten by worms. Don't know if you noticed. Kind of one of my rules for life, you know? I try not to be a dick. I try not to be eaten by worms. I try not to be an idiot. Pretty much, solid trifecta of endeavors there. How will you ever know if it's really fun, though? Maybe the game throws you a party if you manage to break it. Who's to say? I mean, maybe. There may be an achievement for being eaten, too. And maybe someday we'll take off all of our clothes, get really high on spice, and wander off into the desert to dance until we get eaten by the worm. Just to see what happens. That will likely happen at some point, because that seems like a thing that there's probably an achievement for. And I do like some achievements. The Holy Trinity has been formed, right? Bum 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 bum. That's the other interesting thing I've discovered while streaming, is that beforehand I would have probably just said, yeah, I've played some games. I like games. But I'm discovering that I've just absorbed a lot of game design by osmosis, playing games for all my life. And as I'm thinking about things to just say to keep up the amusement for the audience, the interest, it has forced me to talk about the thoughts that occur to me more. And therefore I discuss a lot of things about game design in my experiences with it, right? And I've discovered that I have a lot of opinions on more so than I thought. Alright. That in there. There was one day early on where somebody who I've never seen again, I don't think, had made a browser clicky adventure game, kind of like the early mud adjacent games that came out that were in browsers. And they asked me to play it, and I was like, yeah, if there's nothing awful on there that I can get in trouble for streaming or whatever, that's fine. I don't know that I'll have a whole lot of opinions on it. Turns out I had a ton of opinions on it, and they were really grateful to have feedback. You gotta find out, right? It's interesting to me to think about the fact that without the catalyst to really explore my thoughts on the matter, I wouldn't have really had as many of them. Oh, it's a sandstorm. It's coming right before me. I'm done. I'm done out here. You win, desert, for now. You're gonna go through there and just make my life... Well, maybe not. Hang on. Hang on. It looks like it's going sideways. Maybe. What's my durability at? Oh, it's at 11. Oh. What's my cargo at? 1864. I want the spice. I'm gonna try to push it. I want to fill the Thopter one more time. You could be a game design consultant. I mean, I guess so, but here's the problem. My resume doesn't say game design consultant on it, so big companies won't hire me for that, probably, and indies have no money. I have sort of considered that. Like, I've done QA professionally before, too. And I'm really good at finding bugs, actually, because I have that natural talent for just, in the course of doing a thing, I will rub my face on all the systems and break them in strange ways. And I, like, without even trying. It happens all the time. It's just my life. It's how I roll. Which actually made me really good at QA. Because I have stupid ideas. Like, so what happens if I fill in this form and then click the back button and then change something? Oh, it breaks. And I was once yelled at by a developer for testing strange edge cases doing that. Break it, break it. I'd say it again, but I don't want to spam. Well, I appreciate that. I think you're probably okay. But I still appreciate the thought. Nightbot might yell at you a little bit, but he does that sometimes. This looks like a medium, too. Somewhat spicier. Woo! Wrong button. It's still something I may investigate, though. Because I could do it. It is a thing that is within my wheelhouse, for sure. Same. I know that on my team, I'm known on my team for being a great tester, but mostly just because I'm a Chaos Goblin. Yeah, exactly. Or just like, I get crazy ideas sometimes. I'm like, what happens if, you know, I load this thing up with... I thought I heard a worm. Load this thing up with, you know, random explosives and drop it. What happens? Not so applicable to this game, but, you know, in games where you can do stuff like that. Just my backpack left to go, and then we'll have another full... Don't harvest, take... Yeah, goofy. We'll have another full Thopter, which is amazing. Ideally, this will get us almost as much spice as we need for the carrier and most of what we need for the crawler, I think. Bystanium might be a question mark for sure still, but this is a ton of spice, and I'm so glad we decided to do this. And that's the word. Let's go ahead and not be. What if if I set up an auto-clicker on this button, DDoS is broad. I mean, yeah, that seems a little bit more malicious than I normally get, unless I'm specifically supposed to be malicious, but you know. I just get crazy ideas, like, also because I've done support as well. So I've watched normal humans try to interact with computers before. So I get crazy ideas like the example of the form. I get crazy ideas like, okay, well, what happens if, let's just say I'm a little bit uncertain and confused, and I want to go back and make sure I didn't screw that thing up or reread what it says on the screen. Like, ideas like that come to me while I'm doing these things. This is going to be a wasted pile, but I don't care. Because I'm going to get 2 volume out of it. Ooh, not that. Which is 14 whole spice, but that's okay. That's 14 spice that I wouldn't have had. Hey, worm, there you are. Ooh, you were coming right nearby. Alright, Desert. I win. You did not make me give up and go in early. Great success. I have filled my thought once more. But yeah, I would really rather, like, if I could get some consulting gigs, that would make things stretch longer, for sure. I'd rather go do things like that than get another corporate job, really. Especially given the current state of how incredibly awful corporate is. Let's see, also, can I just say the E2E tests are the devil? Yes and no. Like, they do add value, they just have a high cost. And there's often this sort of impression that people have. By people I mean, you know, either management or Kool-Aid drinking developers, that E2E testing can replace manual QA. And you really can't. It needs to augment your manual QA, though, and do the repetitive work that sucks. Because humans are bad at that. Like, if you give me a matrix to run through of different permutations, okay, sure. Yeah, I can get it done. I might miss stuff, because I'm going to get really bored during it. And the second or third time you make me restart because I found bugs, and then it's not even worth continuing, because you're going to change the code, so I got to redo it again. By the second or third time, I'm fucking checked out, dude. Like, I'm gonna click the button, and I'm gonna be like, oh, did I even read that thing? Did I check that? Nah, I don't even know. Gotta start over again, right? That's not a good use of human. That's a good use of automated test. But they're expensive to write and maintain, too. So, like, it's tricky. It's really tricky. But that's one of the things that TDD was trying to solve, right, or is trying to solve, is to be able to write code that's more testable. But it doesn't really apply to UI stuff or EDE stuff so much. Just because the tooling around that is still not great. And by the time you get to EDE, like, you've already done a whole lot of stuff that's gonna make that hard, right? And at some point, like, I consider it a really big red flag when I'm writing code that runs, you know, in for real, in order to serve as testing. Like, that's a smell to me. And sometimes you just can't get around it, and it sucks, and I hate it. Here's the problem with all EDE test systems E2E test systems I've ever seen implemented. They are so complicated to write well that devs tend to avoid them and they break for non-obvious reasons, which means folks start to ignore them. Also true. But I, in general, find that developers suck at writing tests in general, and they try not to do it. Which, like, I understand. I don't like writing tests either. I really, really don't like writing tests. They suck. Writing tests is a fucking chore. It's just, it's important, right? I also don't enjoy washing the dishes. But you gotta do it after you cook. Otherwise, things are bad, you know? So, like, suck it up, Buttercup. Not everything is fun in writing code, you know? Another 19. That's 400 spice just sitting here, waiting to be processed. Oh, it's so good. It feels so good. There's 160 already in here. Feels good, man. That's kind of full, but that's alright. We got a lot of fuel. We can cart it back whatever we don't burn. It's going to be a lot. Which is actually... Well, I guess I was just thinking, like, I could respec and drop the planetology fuel conservation skills. But it's good for the sake of being able to stay out longer without filling your inventory full of fuel. So maybe I don't want to do that. Fuel is so easy to get. Like, early on, it seems like it's going to be a bigger deal than it is. But as soon as you get a buggy, fuel is just a non-problem. For vehicles and for generators. Anywho, that's going to be that. Given that we have 160, that's going to be enough for 3 parts. We may go do that just to see what our plastanium status is for realsies. And you don't have any titanium ore. It would probably be a good idea to go get some before we do that, though. We only got 19 in here. It's going to be, I'm sure, hundreds to build this thing. I don't remember. But let's put that away. We don't need that. Take this all off. We'll walk around in my house in my underwear because my stuff is up here. You know, just as you do. Free balling it in front of the picture windows here. Not quite free balling it, but, you know, close. We'll put on, not you. Yeah, you. Never mind. Still suit is the correct garment. Put on all of our accoutrements. Let's see here. It's this, and then that, and then you, and then you, and then this stuff. Grab my ammo. Actually take this sand and put it over here, just so that we can keep it out of the gearbox. And then let me use the restroom and start some water up. I want more coffee. That's how I roll. And we'll go get some titanium only. We'll get that processing, and then we'll go back and start on the building of the thing. So, be right back. There we go. Let the water get hot. Let's see here. Truthfully, if I was that fit, I might consider more indoor exposure. That meeple is jacked. He's not really jacked. He's just like real. He's wiry. Like he's real low body fat, real wiry. But not like in an unhealthy, Ozempic-y way. But I would probably look more like that if I spent every day of my life running around in the desert too. Like I used to be way thinner and way stronger when I spun wrenches. For sure. And like, if you could make any damn money in blue-collar occupations these days, like everybody always says, well, they need people so bad and it's a good career. Yeah, it's not true, actually. They get real proud of like 20 bucks an hour, and like literally I have seen people bragging about paying somebody $26 an hour. I mean, which is not nothing. I mean, that's a decent amount of money, but it's not what you can make doing other things, you know? Like I even walked into a shop here when I got here on one of my weekends when I was working that shitty sales job still. Oh, did I just pick up anything other than titanium? No. Okay, good. Only titanium this trip. That their website said, hey, we train people, we need people, come on in or send us your resume either way. So I walked in and they're like, oh, well, we only need somebody with 2 years of TIG welding experience. I'm like, cool, I taught myself how to write software. And I've done welding before, just not like professionally. So I'll learn pretty quick. And they're like, well, you can leave a resume. I'm like, cool, my resume says shit like Kubernetes. You know what that is? Didn't fucking think so. Wait, what did you used to do? Spin wrenches. I used to be a mechanic. I've done auto mechanic professionally. I've done body work professionally. I was like the body work helper, so I did a lot of the paint prep and stuff like that. I didn't really do a whole lot of panel beating. Didn't really acquire an eye for that, but I did a lot of disassembly and cutting cars apart and things like that. I have replaced multiple truck frames, car frames, you know, SUVs, there we go, there's the word. So like, you know, take apart literally your entire truck, lift it off the frame, roll it out, swap all the suspension, and put it back on the new one. And then I did I worked for a transmission and drivetrain shop as well for a while. So I've done a lot of R&I's transmissions, done some motor work, stuff like that. Let me pour that water in real quick. I'll be right back 1 second. There we go. We'll let that become not lava. Let's see here. Some of them make solid money, not crazy, but for uneducated, quote-unquote, labor, getting close to 6 figures is pretty good. I mean, yeah, like, even though you put the quotes around it, I know that you're not, like, you know, qualifying education in that way. Like, I don't see, like, fucking college is a scam. Like, I have a degree, it's a shitty degree, it's just an associate's, a 2-year degree. That's all I could stomach. Like, it's just, it's such a fucking scam. So, like, I just fundamentally reject that as a classification or a qualifier. Like, yeah, these people that work these jobs are not, gonna have a whole lot of deep mathematical conversations with you, but I just don't give a shit. I don't see why that should be worth so much more in society, And, like, if you want somebody to be competent and repair your fucking car because you don't have that sort of skills, then you need to incentivize people that are smart and capable to work in those fields, And, like, getting close to six figures... I saw a really good tweet the other day, actually. It said something to the effect of, making $100,000 a year must have gone so hard when $5 footlongs were a thing. Like, and damn if that's not, like, just a really good observation on the state of things, Like, anymore, money just doesn't go anywhere. It's so fucking awful, the economy. That's so cool. The next thing I want to learn is car mechanics. The hands-on stuff is really exciting, and the thing I missed most in programming. I can do basic stuff, but not enough. I mean, the basic stuff is really just, like, it's all the basic stuff, really. Like, unless you get into, like, building race motors and shit. Or transmissions. Transmissions are devilishly complex. I never rebuilt a transmission. I've rebuilt transfer cases, but that's just swapping parts, really. That's like, which bearing is flucked, replace it, And when you're doing that, well, they all spin roughly the same amount. You might as well rebuild the whole thing. The kit costs, $50 more for the whole damn thing. Just do it. Troubleshooting, diagnostics is the harder part of being a mechanic, for sure. And that has to do with a lot of, mostly experience, of knowing, hey, when your car does this thing, and it's this make and model, they tended to do... Okay, so here's a good example. If you had, like, a 90s Chevy Astro van and you lived in a snowy, icy area, and suddenly your transmission can't keep fluid inside of it and it makes a horrible noise, the differential pin, whenever you would spin on ice, liked to shear the bolt in it, and then the pin would work out and then just literally cut your transmission in half. Like, and that's just a thing you have to experience and see and work in the field to really get. But a lot of it is just fundamentals too. Hey, my car runs rough. Cool, check your spark plugs. Hey, my car doesn't start, right? What do you need for an engine to go vroom? It needs to make little explosions in the cylinders. That requires fuel, ignition, and compression. So there's your things to check, right? What's your fuel pressure? Is it actually getting any? Do you have spark? Is it good spark? Are your plugs all fried? Things like that. And a whole lot of just like, well, shit. But mechanical things, if you have the mechanical mind, which much to do is made of, but I struggle to conceptualize a mind that is not able to see simple cause and effect and theorize about it, right? I'm sure it exists, but, like, I think a lot of it's just unwillingness or fear to engage with. Like, if you have that kind of ability, like, you can get a long way real fast. Because the thing about mechanical things and cars and stuff is that they obey the laws of physics and mechanics, right? So, why does the inside of my tire look more bold than the outside? Well, is it dragging? It's, is your alignment all fucked up? And you can just imagine how that's going to drag funny, This is mostly my burning need to understand and to be competent with all the things I use usually. I mean, that's fair. And that's actually one of the areas where you definitely need more intelligent people in that field that are not boomers, essentially. Because for a long time, it was really hard to get access to that tribal knowledge. Because mechanics weren't on the internet, more or less, right? They were still the old guys who are like, fucking computers, I don't need that shit. Or if they engaged with them at all, they were engaging reluctantly, you know? And now, obviously, you have guys coming up in, you know, their mid-20s and their 30s or whatever. They've been doing it for, you know, 5 or 10 years. And they have a body of experience, and they're young enough to be on the internet and have, you know, a presence there. And you get mechanic TikToks and YouTube tutorials and stuff like that, right? When I was doing it, that was very, very early days still. But you need that level of person in that field, right? Because we're going to lose a ton of knowledge. We're already losing it, I'm sure. Because I've been hearing about, because I have this background, right? It's a thing that I've considered. Is going back to doing some of that. Like, it was... it might be a thing, you know, that I might investigate. But I'm hearing about a lot of mechanics that are packing up their tools and saying, cool, I'm fucking done, because they haven't been keeping, the wages haven't been keeping up. Like, the shop rates keep going up, but it doesn't translate to money to the mechanic. And the whole flat rate system is fucked, because you optimize for what you measure. So, like, it's kind of discouraging to chase that down, as a concept, too. I agree as to not being able to conceptualize a non-mechanical mind, but then I have a friend who's a programmer but has aphantasia. I can't comprehend how he does a lot of his thinking. Yeah, I know a guy, I think he has, like, aphantasia to a degree, who's also a programmer. And I also struggle. And I actually learned that because one day, we all play games together still. Well, we used to. We haven't lately because they've been busy with stuff, and then I didn't have a gaming computer for a while. But one night we were playing games, and they were like, I think it was his wife. Apparently they had been talking about it. I think it was her. She was like, if I say an apple, what do you think of? I'm like, I see an apple. You know, it's red, it's kind of shiny, it's got a little picture-perfect little green leaf on it, because it looks nice, you know? And then he was like, yeah, I don't do that. I understand what an apple is, and that's all I got. Very confusing to me, because, like, even when I'm thinking about code, I envision, like, little black boxes of gears. And maybe that's because I was a mechanic, right? But, like, a function is a little box, you know? There's gears inside of it that turn and do things. And it's just little black boxes all the way down, essentially, you know? Full of gears. It's kind of how I think about them. And the way you connect them is just, you know, like wires almost, or something. Pipes. Kind of breaks down, but that's how I think about them. And to not be able to imagine in that way, really don't understand how I would do it, for sure. Alright, what do we got space-wise? Yeah, we still got plenty of room. I see systems in my brain not being able to do that would be wild. Yeah, absolutely. That's another thing. For some reason, like, systemic thinking has been a thing that people are talking about recently. Or thinking in systems, as they will usually say. And so I guess apparently not everybody can do that too. I guess that's not a thing that people just reflexively do. Which is also wild to me. Like, I'm very confused about what the internal world must be for so many people. I was actually was watching Adam Savage's channel the other day, and he had gone to the set for Project Hail Mary, and he was talking to the guy that wrote the book, and he was asking him about, like, how did the models, because he's a model builder, like, you know, from ILM, or he was, you know, back in the day, so he was really focused on that kind of thing. He was asking about, like, how do the models compare to the way you envisioned them when you were writing the book? And the guy was like, I actually really struggle to visualize these things. And it's more like, to me, I know things about it as I'm writing it. And so whenever somebody shows him the model of these things as they interpret it from his description, that becomes just the picture in his head forever. And I was like, wow, that's actually really, really shocking and surprising to me, but I get it, you know. Often, if I watch a movie after I've read the book, I adopt the movie version, even if that's contrary to what the book actually says. It's just, it's inevitable for me. Doing tech support for a while, I can tell you for certain that not everyone is capable of systemic thinking. Yeah, for sure. Like, but I guess it's also like, it's hard to understand what they think sometimes, you know? And like where the thought breaks down. And I guess I wouldn't have drawn the boundary at systemic thinking before it became something that was being more talked about. Project Hail Mary was a sick movie. I didn't see it yet. I don't know if I want to or not. I read the book and I really enjoyed it. I've seen, you know, like the preview, and the preview was kind of like the whole movie, more or less. So, I don't know. If it was readily available at my fingertips, I'd probably watch it. I don't know if I will seek it out, but I struggle to watch movies anyway these days. Like, whoop. I saw a webcomic in passing the other day. Just somebody had shared it on Twitter, I think. And it had the guy, he was like working at a laptop or whatever, and his internal monologue was, you work too much, you should take some time off and enjoy life a little bit. And then it was him doing something else, and his internal monologue was, what are you doing? You're wasting time, you should be doing something productive. And it was me. Like, me. That's exactly how my brain works. And it's especially bad if I'm not distracted with something else. So watching things passively is a thing I struggle with these days. I'd recommend seeing it. As far as struggling goes, just lack of enjoyment or feeling like wasting time. Both. Absolutely both. There's a lot of really crappy movies these days. So it's just like a lack of interest and enjoyment, or, you know, like, it's just, most of the movies I've seen recently have been like remakes of shit. Like, not in the sense of like Well, Star Wars is just the hero's journey, right? Very, very, very prototypical. It's a good movie though, right? It's a fun story. But like anymore, things are just carbon copies of something else or a flat-out remake. So super not interested in a lot of occasions. But pardon me, hiccups. But also just like not being distracted by some kind of interactivity lets those voices be louder that say, yeah, you're spending 2 hours doing this, but do you have any idea what you could be doing, accomplishing elsewhere otherwise if you were doing something else? And like, I still get that. I get that when I'm playing games, but it's easier to ignore because I'm like, oh hey, here's a goal I can set for myself and work towards and make progress and shut up, brain. I'm allowed to just have fun. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's see. I think we're still... Yeah, we still got like almost 1,000, or over 1,000 room. Struggling to find titanium out here. We're pretty far afield. We know from living over here briefly for 1 week that there should be more stuff up these rocks as well. Up in this neighborhood. Almost wondering if somebody's been here and that's why the pickings are so slim. There have been a surprising number of indie successes recently. I honestly used to be a workaholic, but I just noticed that if I don't take my own time, I'll likely burn out, so I force myself sometimes. Yeah, kind of. And that's part of why I started streaming gaming and doing more of it. A, because I fixed my gaming computer. I spent the money to replace the motherboard. So that made it possible, but like I was always working, and like I could feel that. Feel it wasn't exactly good. And it helps to be streaming it because then I'm like, hey, you're doing things. You're doing something in addition to playing the game. You're talking to people, and ultimately, like, streaming is kind of like marketing and networking, right? If you really think about it. So it's at least productive in some way. But even it doesn't always help, you know. Even doing this on a stream, my brain's like, you should probably be doing something better with your time. But then I'm like, shut up, brain. I'm looking for titanium. Afternoon to you as well. Why? Why is there no titanium? Right. Somebody must have been through here recently. There's some stravidium. Maybe this is just like a really, really bad deep desert roll as far as resource nodes go. Let's see here. Maybe we'll just sneak over here. That's an aluminum. Like, there was not a massive amount of nodes over here when we plunked down a base here that 1 week, but there were some. That looks like titanium. There we go. Now we're talking. Jackpot! At least 3. Given how slim the pickings are, maybe I should be, like, grabbing these, too. Like, it's still 8 titanium. Normally, I don't bother. But, super dry spell there for a while. Do. Hope there's like a ton of them up here. We can only see the one. Ah, is it you? Are you mining all my titanium? It's okay if you are. You just gotta tell me. Let's see. Let's spot some more. Something like down here. Plan is, we'll kick off as much of this as we can. We'll grab as much spice as has been processed. We're going to drop down the chassis at the very least. I think we'll do chassis and then engine and generator so we can figure out if we need more of either, or if it's just the one still. And then we'll start on hull pieces, and then we'll finish it off with wingy bits. If we have enough, we can build the thruster. Probably a good idea. It's a very good idea in other things. I don't know if you can thrust while you're carrying stuff. But we'll find out. I also don't know if you can glide while you're carrying stuff. It kind of makes sense if you couldn't, right? We'll find out. That's the joy of not looking it up, is you get to experiment. I think the container is also about fuzzy memory of looking at it. I think it's like the same amount of resources as a component of the Thopter was. And that's kind of crucial to actually being useful too, so we do need to plan to build him. Probably prioritize that over the thruster, I think. Just because at least we can get some use out of it. It's not really going to matter, because we're not going to move this week. Next week, we will build out further. Monday, we'll tear down the base out here, get everything shipped back, which would be really great if we could use the big container from that, if we need to. Which, actually, we already know it takes more than one trip to get all the machines packed in, along with the actual granite. So anyway, we'll ship it back, get everything back home. Then we'll spend the rest of the day Monday. We need to build a plastone deep desert base and template him up. So we gotta figure out what we want to do there. And then, with whatever time we have left Monday, we'll work on remodeling home into plastone. Because we have a ton of it now. And if we need more, which we may or may not, we'll see like what we end up with. We made a bunch, but it's also a pretty big base. We'll kind of just play it by ear. And if we need to make more, we'll make more. It's not a big deal. I do need to figure out a layout that I like. For both deep desert and for Still torn on the location of all this. The layout. It might be okay. I think we'll try it, and if we run into too many annoyances, we'll have to rethink things a little bit. But, yeah. That's close to full. And we're 5 kilometers from home. Hopefully we can fill up the rest of the way on the way back. I'm kind of doubtful, though. Little connection blip. Woo! That's a lovely lag spike. Thank you, Internet. Big fan of that. Anyway. I'm a little doubtful we'll be able to fill up on the way back, but we'll try. And if we don't, then we'll kind of keep going the opposite direction a little ways and just top up. I just don't want to drive another 4 kilometers away when there shouldn't really be a need to. There should be plenty of titanium in these hills. In fact, I think I just saw some. Peeking through. There we go. Yes. Good. Yeah, I'll have to figure out a layout I want. And the true size of the carrier, like seeing it in game, will help to inform my future decisions as well, as to how big of a hangar I want to do, both out here and to make it look decent. We're gonna have to abandon, I'm 99% sure, abandon the concept of hangar openings that the wings will clear. It's just not practical, even though it drives me slightly insane. And I wish they would have done something different about that particular conflict of, like, design, I guess. Like, I don't know, maybe they don't flap their wings and they just hover on suspensors or something when they're close to the ground, you know? There's a 2-second solution for you. Take a little longer to program than 2 seconds, I'm sure, but you know, possibilities. I've just gone in a big circle, which will not help me in my titanium gathering efforts. Except for that one over there that I just spotted. That'll help a little bit. Come to me, titanium. You can come home with me. Oop, full. Love it. Let's go ahead and shuffle off into my pocket a little bit more. And anything else we find along the way, we'll just give it a little love tap, take as much as we can. I'm a YOLO down this hill. YOLO! Parkour! Let's see, I think I want to go this way to get down there, I think is the way. And if we don't find another titanium, I'm not mad about it. Close enough to full for government work. I think this is the way down. Kind of not paying attention to the route. Yeah, we're good. It's paying attention to the titanium that I wasn't seeing. Bum, bum, bum. Is that a titanium? No, you're astrovidium. And I've got lots of filaments. Fibers, I guess it is. I need the titanium to match more right now. Because the larger ore refiner, the large ore refinery, changed the math on what is required to make a plastanium. In our favor, for sure. Less titanium needed per ore, or per ingot rather, is a big win. How much of you can I take with me? $87. That's, you know, another like 40. Or no, because it's 4. It's like another 20. Still, 20 ingots is 20 ingots. Eustradium. Kind of wild to me that this is all not worm sand down here. Not sure why. I wonder if you can build like smack dab in the middle there. I don't think I want to. Just curious. I mean, he's kind of closer to the rocks, but like he's further out than I would think you would be able to. If I didn't know that there was no worm vibration happening here. I guess it's because we're up, right? We're up above the desert floor here in the shield wall still. So it kind of makes sense. Like, how would a worm get up here? What would he get up here for? What would he do when he was up here? He would probably turn around and go back down, where there's delicious spaceships to eat. Right around the corner here. I imagine that putting in this batch of plastanium is going to really tank the water supply, but so far we've been okay. We'll have to see, before I run it, we'll have to see how much is in there still. We still had, I didn't check after the last batch. We'd used like 20 liters, I think, after the first couple of spice, first batch of spice. I don't know, we'll have to see what's in there. Just for curiosity's sake. And for planning on, do I need to bring death stills out? I think the ramp is over here. Get up onto my little island here. Yup. You on up here, like so. I need to expand that maybe on the other side a little bit, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. We'll see. We'll worry about it if we get the carrier in. Because it will need more room if we get it. I have to take down the little ledgy ledges, but I don't love them anyway. It'll be fine. Alright. Titanium in there. Titanium in there. Full. Love that. Tons and tons and tons of titanium. Alright. let's look at you. So, we have 43 liters of water. I think that's half. I should actually look at a water container. Or the console. Containers first. Oh no, that's not even half. Okay, so because we brought out way more. That's right. For some reason, I keep thinking these things are smaller than they are. These are each 100 liters. So just the spices almost run us out. So we definitely need to carry, or to bring more, build more of these. We need to yeet out another 4 into the desert here with us. And we're going to need more water production too, because that's been running to recover water for that entire trip, and also the spicing trips. Like, we're outrunning that production very, very quickly, right? That's fine. So, probably some death stills. We'll put in the 34. That's fine. We'll burn through some more of that when we have the water for it. It's cool. It's all groovy. So we'll plan for it. I can do this still. Do this first. Go ahead and go. 222 spice into the assault. I should also... We ran a couple of these things earlier. Not a ton, but a couple. There might be some... Yeah, there's 20. I might as well take it while we're here. So. We can put the death stills like over here. That would be alright. Thinking about maybe... Put them in here if we move generators, but that's pretty full up there already. That's alright. They can stay there. We also have extra room, extra quote-unquote. A little bit of room in here, but if the other side gets... So we could get like maybe 2 water in here, and if the other side gets water jugs as well, which is kind of the plan, then kind of run out of room. And also, you don't want to be too far from a box, because you got to carry the bodies to the stills one at a time. So I guess downstairs will probably be the best bet. Let's maybe plan on starting with 2. That feels like a good place to do the experiment. Resources wise. I should check this. I don't think we have like a little splash of power left, but not much. 500. Why do we have 500 kilowatts available to us? That's not right. Are you guys all running? You should be running. Did I... Did I just miscalculate, or... Did I forget to build something? That's a ton of power. Well, you know what? I must have been meaning to take down some of those other turbine, the little wind generators. So everything's turned on. Okay, that's fine. It's fine for now. We have power now to play with. That's fine. Because we need it now. In fact, we need more than that because these are 350 each. So we need 700. We need 200 more. So we need to plan for 1 more turbine. Big guy. And where we put him is a big question mark for sure. We could put him outside. Wanted to. interested in continuing this experiment of keeping the machinery indoors, though, we could also replace some of these fellas. So one of those would replace both of these plus some. Just 50 more. And then we can drop another next to him in the same space without blocking our door. We could also do replacements for both of those. I don't know. We know that we need to build at least one more over and above what we have now. I don't want to completely replace these because I want to burn through most of the rest of that lubricant. Doing useful things, right? Not being wasteful. But we'll see. We know we need one more, and we need to build some death stills. 2 of them probably. We know we need to build 4 more water containers, so that's in the short term while we're doing other things, waiting for things to process. Let's go start the carrier, though, because that's very relevant to my interests. I would love to get that done this week, and I don't see why we can't. Especially after that just absolutely banger morning of spice harvesting. Like, we did a ton of work out there. Like, 3 thopters? Yeah, 3 thopters full, I think. He's awesome, just awesome. Big fan. And hopefully some of those stuff out there will proc some extra stuff for us. That'd be nice. Extra melange. I don't know how much extra it would theoretically spit out, but like the odds are pretty good, I think, with how much we're processing. That we get at least 1 proc. We'll have to see if there's like an odd number or something. Yeah. I also don't remember exactly how much spice I have back here. I want to keep 50 in reserve, just for odds and ends. But we'll spend the rest on building carrier pieces. Alright, here we go. On into there, like so. Make sure you're topped up for later. I should have most of a large still. Oh, but yeah, we need to repair our compactor as well. Alright. I believe these boxes are chock-a-block full. This box, I should say. It's pretty close to chock-a-block full. Let me see. That'll fit. Okay, cool. And then space. Okay. And my filters is looking pretty good, so we're fine there. So. All of that... Oh, I should have looked. Hang on. One thing at a time, mongoose. So we got 262. Like 17 or something like that. Some weird number is going to be consumed repairing here in a second. Omnistatic takes cobalt paste as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, 17 spice. Cool, 245. So we can build at least 4 pieces. Provided we have the other ingredients we need, and if not, we'll work on getting them. We will start with the chassis. Carrier. Do. Chassis. And 84 plastanium out of, we have almost 1,000 still. Cobalt paste we're going to need to go get some of sooner or later. But for now, that'll do nicely. How are you over here, Mr. Chemical Processor? You still have silicon to be working on? Please do so. Y'all are done. Cool. Chassis is built. We're on our way. Let's go put him down. And... actually, hang on. Let me build... this is kind of the big question to start with. Engine, we're going to do 1. And then generator will start with 1. Where are you? There you are. Okay. And that takes us down to 83. So that's all we can build until we get more spice processed. But it's working on itself out there. Wow, this is 135 and 300 plastinium. Wow. Okay. Take the engine with me. And we won't be able, I don't think, I guess main hull would start. Yeah, we won't be able to satisfy our desire to keep 50 spice in reserve if we build one more thing, so we will not build him yet. We'll hold off and just be methodical. But let's go put down our pieces, because there's no reason we shouldn't be able to do that. Assemble. You look... I wish there was an arrow on this. I think it likes to put, like, if I'm thinking about the bike, it likes to put the front to the right, I believe. So we'll put you kind of out here in the middle. Huzzah! Alright, now, can I stand on this? I can. Yes, good. So, engine, it looks like only 1. Perfect. Generator is 2, but it's 1 piece. Okay. I think we're good here. If I was to manage cockpit, hull. I believe this means like main hull, side hull, side hull. I think that's what that means, which would be fine. Tail looks like 2. Looks like we need 2 tail pieces. That's still fine with me. Like, I'm not too mad about that. I'm glad I only have to build 1 of these. That's nice. While we're constructing here, am I allowed to customize the correct colors? I am. Okay, cool. We'll make it nice in Atreides green while we're building. Alright. Can I go up the stairs? I can't go up the stairs. You gave me stairs to go inside my Thopter, and I can't do it. Rude. Alright. Cool. Progress. And more to come. Plastanium is going to quickly become an issue, though. Which is a good thing we're building. We're making more right now, out there, as we speak. So, let's think about what we need to do here. And we're going to go down here because it'll be easier to build the thing we need. Let me go look at my loot, actually. Do we have any more of the low-grade lubricant? Or is the what's out there right now all that there is? Hello, thank you. All that there is left. I think it's all that there is left, if memory serves. Yes, because this is all just that stuff. Okay, cool. And what is my duraluminum supply? Should be beefy. Yeah, 1200 duraluminum. We're very good on duraluminum. Because we just refined a ton of it last week. Alright, so. Either we just throw away the excess lubricant and drop down
Sector
more
weather alert.
turbines.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Or we just add one of these guys somewhere. We can try to put him in the middle somewhere. That's actually going to be enough for 2 of them. And I didn't think this through completely. Get you here really quick so that y'all can go in here. Why don't I have... Oh, you're in the wrong spot. That's what's going on. I don't have the complex machinery? Really? Okay, then. Interesting.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, let's go grab some complex machinery real quick, then. Let's put you here for a second. We'll throw this into the assault. We'll just take the scout. It'll be fine. We will go ahead and throw our armor on just because... Actually... Yeah, we'll just throw it on. It's fine. You don't really need it, but, like, it's just water. Basically, is the only difference. Be a little bit wasteful of water, but that's fine. That we like to put there for now. Everything else squared away. Durability is acceptable on everything. You're going to be low in a little while, but you're alright for now. We'll just take the scout out. That'll be fine. I needed 5 to make 2. We'll probably just do a quick loop of the machinery zone.
Sector weather alert.
Chuck that
A
in
large
there.
sandstorm is approaching.
Because, like, it doesn't make sense to not gather more while we're out doing it real quick. So... Why is my map entirely fogged out again? It's because I haven't done surveying since I... server transfer, that's why. I bet. And I don't want to do that in Haga right now. I just don't... It doesn't matter to me. Alright. That's gonna go that away. So we should be good to go now. This is the wrong direction. That's not the scout. It's the assault. You have your cargo on, though, and I don't want that. I want the boosters. I'm actually, like, kind of shocked at how much more efficient it was to use the assault out there. Like, I knew it would be better, but, like, dang it. The lack of travel time is huge, even given the much slower speed of the assault. But I guess, like, that was, like, the first time we really got super far out there, I think. Now, we've been 10 kilometers from home before, or from base before. We may or may not have gone further than ever before out there. We were kind of sticking closer because I just wasn't sure. That's an interesting choice. Just wasn't sure, like, what might be out there, but I'm feeling bold and spicy, so we just YOLO'd it, and it all worked out in the end, so, like, eh. Hear y'all yelling up there. Let's do this one instead. What's up? What I should do is just blow you up. Preserve durability on this sword because it's kind of irreplaceable right now. I believe it's better than even the Plastanium one. And I would rather use it for content, not farming. Because we're going to need to do that. Wow. I cannot shoot today, it seems. At all. It's flat out failure. Complex machinery. I guess I'll take this stuff too. Like, we got pretty big pockets these days. We'll chuck the ore first if we end up having too many things. But also just like, you know, throw it in the pile. We can take it, and we're already gone to all the trouble to come out here, like, might as well. And that was just sheer bullshit right there. Loot goblin tendencies, for sure. Alright, this one, clear. Let's go grab the next one over there. Bounced off of that thing. Flagged or whatever it was. Up the ramp, or the steps. All the way.
We go around them. Who goes there?
Ow, that was just terrible shooting too. Alright, grab that.
Your water is mine.
Heard a heavy. There you are.
Ready?
No more heavy. Excuse me? Oh, you didn't die. I see. Take a band-aid. Why not? Put those to good use still. I don't know how many. Maybe we'll do one more pair of towers. How many we got? We already got 30. I don't remember there being a ton more up here. There's a couple. Alright, y'all can just do whatever up there for a second. I'm gonna be down here stealing all your stuff. Rude. Guess I'll take that. Ooh, I stood too close to that. Oh well. Does there happen to be any machinery here? No, there does not. Alright, where is... Oh, you got clipped by that. Okay. Wow, scared me. Anywho... How did you all die? That's weird. Okay then, killer. Calm down up there. Alright, so that was 43 complex machinery. Yeah, let's do one more of these guys, I guess. And I don't need this. I don't need fuel. I'll save the gauntlets and try to sell them, I suppose. That's a little full on the old backpack space, but like I said, we'll just chuck iron ore if we run out. No big deal. We'll keep it if we got room. Just opportunistically. And if not, I don't care. If we need more iron, we can get it real fast. It wasn't this. That's just an outpost. It's over here. That's the other one. The other two, I should say. That are on this side of the map. should be sufficient. We can pull out another, like, 43. That'll be enough for our death stills and then some. Like, multiple more. Which you may or may not need. We'll see. We'll see where the desire to acquire resources takes us. With regards to water consumption. And also, like, where the motivation to farm takes us. Because that's why I've been avoiding death stills out there thus far, is I don't want to... Like, it sucks to farm bodies out there, I think. Because there's no surface camps. Or outposts, really. They're all facilities and things. Which would require me to go down into them and grab bodies and drag them back up one by one. Or into ships. Same deal, right? So, like, then we're back here farming bodies, shipping dead bodies out. Seems kind of silly. I missed that, but I did. Rusty, apparently. Anyway, you come with me. Alright, we're full, therefore, 4 off the edge. Or onto the floor in this case. I wonder, hang on, ideas just happened. There's sneaky goodies up here? There is a sneaky chest up here. Look at that! I've never come up here before. Are there more? No. There are no. It's not a complex machinery chest. Hey. Excuse me? Where are you? That's rude as hell. You can have that. Anyway, other one is this way. And I'm just gonna go flying. So all the goodies are up high in these guys anyway. Except for I'm missing one floor that I do want to go through. So.
Reveal yourself. Someone's here.
Whole lot of yelling. Step up if you want some. Another 9. Love that for me. Take that, whatever it was.
Huh? There's someone here.
You sure? If I was you, I think I'd just say there's nobody here. Move on with my life. Might have missed a chest over here. Just ammo. I don't need ammo right now. Alright, up to the top. Last batch. Get out of here. Go build our things. We may have to go get more pumps as well. For the water storage. I don't remember if we farmed enough of those or not. I remember it being a thing we needed to do for the base water. Base water's done now, but stop it. But the deep desert base water remains, and I think we need pumpies for wingies as well. Seem to remember that being a thing for the other Thopters. Excuse you. Scary. There was nothing up here in these guys, right? Yeah, no, just a random NPC that gets stuck up here. Doesn't jump off for whatever reason. And just shoots at me with his little SMG and scares me. That's how they roll. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh. That's right, I landed way closer than that. 94. Yeah, that'll be good for a minute. Even if we do desire some more death stills, that should have us pretty well covered. Awesome. Let's go. Go ahead and glide. One of my wings is more orange than the other. Did I get shot in the wings? Maybe. Yeah. Just think about Cobalt, too. It'll be a thing soon. Soon. Not quite, but soon. Not quite yet, I should say. But soon. We still got like 900 or something like that. So, aim for the right hanger here. Park a little bit nicer in the middle. There we go. We'll swap back to the old construction tool, put things away really quick as well. Make sure we top up on our water, get that going. Components, ore, fuel, food, money, and fiber. Got ingots in my pockets. Go ahead and put them in the ingots box. Anything else? Oh, I picked up a scanner along the way. Where did I put my to sell box? It got moved over here, right? You go into there. When we head out to the deep desert next, we'll stop by Arakeen and see. Cool, EMF generator. There you go. Super worth my time. All right. We'll stop at Arakeen and see if there's anything that needs to be picked up from our sales or not. I can't remember if they were all finished or not. Alright, death stills. Let's go downstairs where I put that box so that we can use it to shuffle off into the assault. All of our material. Womp. And... oh, I didn't have a box? Oh, I must have taken it down already. Forgot I did that. Okay, you and you. And then all of you. And let's see here. We might take an extra silicon out. To make sure that there's no rounding error there, and if there is, we can just, or if there isn't, we can just drag it back. It's fine. Won't be a problem. literally one of you. Chuck it in there. Alright. Storages. Okay, we have 69 pumps. Nice. We need 25. We'll make 2. There's going to be a rounding error there, so it's actually 26 will make 2. We're going to need 40, 52. So it'll be almost all of our pumps. But maybe that's okay. Tell you what, let me go use the restroom really quick, and then we'll do that. Build them, get them shipped. Be right back. There we go. That's better. Alright. Let's do these guys real quick. And I'm just going to go ahead. 125. So 250 duraluminum should get us squared away. 250. Just going to do this one math ways. 160 silicon. So 320. 320 silicon. Not that. This one. Because then I can set that, put that in there, stack you. Cool. And then so 26 for 52. We just did that math a minute ago and I immediately forgot about it. Because that's how my brain works today. 5-2. Alphabetical, so I can actually find you. There we go. Go into the assault. That leaves me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 spots. We're gonna need a body storage box. But I think we have more boxes out there than we really need, right? Meow. Like ingots probably doesn't need 2 boxes, so we could repurpose one of them. So let's go grab 12 dead bodies really quick, and we'll just ship them out there. With this load of stuff. And we could also... No, we can't. We can't, like, shuffle... Well, we might be able to shuffle some things into our pocket that are less volume. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do that. Because an aluminum container will hold a bunch of dead bodies. So a full Thopter load. So we'll be a couple shy because those duraluminum and volume might be an issue. I'm just going to grab enough to fill up the buggy. Whatever we don't ship out, we can just use back at home. It'll be fine. Charge indeed, sir. But I'm not gonna bother looting. Just gonna throw it in there and go. It'll be fine.
I saw enemy of business. Identify your
Missed.
I can stand.
Okay. If you would reload. Oh, I missed. Trying to get through your shit. That's fine. I'll just do that. And then I'll just bandage off that minor scuffing you gave me. Because you suck. At least you'll contribute to society now as water. Would have not missed with that grenade. I feel like my life would have been better. Missed there too. Alright. Oh, really? Yeah, that's what I thought. Sit down. Anywho, where was that place where there's like... Is it up here? No, that's... Maybe it's over here. There's a place where there's like 3 or 4 camps, all in a little circle, in a little dead end. I don't remember where it was now. We've hit it a couple times in the past. It's a great place to farm a chunk of bodies pretty quick. We could also go hit Sentinel for the entryways. The entryways have a bunch of dudes stacked up. And like if we happen to grab some pumps, then we happen to grab some pumps. This looks kind of maybe it's over here more. Remember now. Bunch of bases over here now. That's the Atreides base. You know what it was? It was in the western shield wall, I think. So we're kind of in the wrong neighborhood for that. That's okay. We can still go hit the Sentinel City. I kind of like how he has made his own giant pillars there with those pieces. That's kind of cool. Kind of same on the blocks supporting going up, but you know, you get what you get sometimes. I don't know if it would look any better if he did anything different either, so. This side, I like less. But, if he likes it, then that's great, by golly. He has to live there, I don't. Yeah, it wouldn't be there. It'd be over that way further, maybe. Because we used to head out and grab them when we lived over there, but that's more Western Shield Wally. It was like maybe that's the other Atreides base right here. That's it, right there. We're not far from it. We may still poke our nose with it. We'll see. Anywho, here we go this way. You know what I think the difference is between this buggy and the one in the deep desert? I think I painted this one with the Atreides swatch, and the other is just the default Atreides variant. I don't know which one I like better. I kind of like the little pops of lighter green and gray. And I also enjoy just the regular green. Dark green everywhere. Let me go ahead and put you here because I'm running around in my heavy armor where it's hot. And it's just, you know, sweaty work. Ah.
This is Sandfly's territory.
Clipped the edge on that. Ruined my plans entirely. I don't want to be on fire. Could you stop?
Watch out!
Do you have some of that instead? Thanks for coming over here, though. That does help a great deal. And putting your ass into my trunk. Nothing to see here, officer. These are all my friends. They're in the back seat sleeping. There was a wild party. And they're all dead tired. Band-Aid. Place that one I used earlier. Not that I need to, but you know. Why not? It was free. Free real estate, as they say. There's 3 more pumps, just because we're here. There's 6 more pumps, just because we're here. I don't want to drag all these guys up by hand. I'll drag this one guy up by hand. 5 pumps. We'll throw these into the box for later. And then I'll head down that way, I believe is how we get to the other, in one of the other entrances. This is like the landing pad. This little sidey guy. How many spaces I got? I got all kinds of room for dead bodies. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. Here's one of them. And the other... Can't really remember where... It's up. It's around and up a little ways, I think. Really? You didn't die when I shot you? No, I missed that. I'm getting like lit on fire. There's the word. I'm trying to say. Desperately. Okay, you do whatever you're doing up there. I'm gonna go down here. Put this dead body away. Put on the band-aid, because being set on fire distracted me. And made my already questionable marksmanship even worse.
Found the brothers.
Found the brothers? What? I think you meant to say, found them brothers. But there's only one of me, so... You know. Maybe English isn't a priority in Sandfly School. Grab you. 6 more pumps. Up to 20. I don't remember how many they took for each wing, or if the carrier had them in the wings. I'm sure it does. I'm like 90% sure. But I don't want to go in there and do that. That'll be slow and awful. I want to go around really quick. So we got room for another batch. Batcho Miscreant. Let's say this looks right-ish. Window. There's like a random camp down here, and then around the corner. Yeah. around the corner is the other entrance. That was weird. Okay. Cool. No hit for you. It's weird, but it worked, so I'll go with it. Yeah, here we go. This is the place I want to be. As dead bodies for me. I think that missed horribly. Have that. Too far. Alright, we'll do it this way. Ah, she's missing. That second shot. What I'm even doing with my life. There we go. Rude. This thing really doesn't like to shoot straight when you're moving. I need to keep I keep forgetting that, and I need to remember it. It would likely assist with my skill issue. Really? I thought I saw at least one hit marker there. Surprised you survived. Okay, in there. I gotta be getting close to full. That was just like a huge batch of dudes. I'll grab some heavy darts, sure. Don't need that aluminum on me. That'll do, thank you. Okay, how are we doing on space? That's it. That's full. I can bring back one more in my pocket, and I might as well. I'll grab this vehicle fuel for free, because why not? I'll make sure there are no pumps up here that I leave behind. Because why not? We're here. Might as well. 4 of them. Cool. Let's see. And then I need one more dude. Wait. Yeah, one more dude. And you look like a likely candidate.
Shields up.
It's just meds. I don't really. Well, hang on. Gonna go all the way here. I might as well get this chest.
yourself.
And then I'm gonna aggro y'all. And I'm just gonna go. Absent a compelling reason to come in here, I feel like I farmed this area quite sufficiently. And I'm not into it. I got my bodies. I got some pumps as a bonus. I'm ready to go. Y'all can live to tell the tale. Ensure that you say my armor was gloriously orange and I was exceedingly merciful. And if I don't hear good stories, I'll come back and I will take all of the pumps. Which means you will all die.
Shields up.
Good? Good. How do I get found? Don't get them. Go away. Go away. And almost time for me to go have lunch, and I'm very excited about lunch. Speaking of which, hang on one second, let me snooze that. Very excited about lunch since we spent all that time earlier talking about delicious food. I've been hungry ever since. And I'm gonna go fix that problem shortly. Bum, 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 bum. go in here. Tomorrow, we'll drag the... Well, I guess I should plop down... I should run this stuff out there. That's what I should do. That's what I should do, I tell you what. Let me go this way first. Hang on. Hold up. Because then the stuff can be working away on refilling the water and everything else. I'll put these in here for now. I'll run out of space in there. Wait, no, I'm losing my mind. Hang on. I gotta put this away so that I can shuffle things. Kinda handy that there's a door there. Big fan of that. Alright, all this goes in there. Whatever's in here goes in there. Same with you, and you, and you, you, and you. Is there anything else? There's a bandage and a bunch of vehicle fuel. Okay, that's fine. You go in there. Now, I shouldn't have extra junk that I need to worry about. So, I will go in here. And I'll swap to the assault. Throw all of that in there. You, and you. And then you are the lowest volume, which will give me that much space. Then I can throw these in here. Oops. And then make sure I grab anything that isn't a dead body. Mean to try to grab that. That's alright. And now you're 49 volume. I think I can carry this. Not quite. Okie dokie then. In there it goes. Alright. That's what we can do. That's what we will do. We'll go build the containers quick. We'll probably put in a couple bodies just to get it started. And then overnight, the wind traps can run to fill all of our water. So that we start with more tomorrow. And we can also grab whatever as processed, and then we'll call it good. Given that we'll be on for just a couple minutes, do this real quick. Oops. It'll take us a little bit to get out there. We need to stop by Arrakeen really quick too. We'll just run, 10-15 minutes over. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. Because I don't know if those expire if we don't pick them up, and I haven't looked since last time we were there, which was like Sunday, maybe Monday. Anywho, into the deep desert. And I forgot to do this today, which I should have done. Here we go. Ooh. Perfect. I feel like the shield wall topography does not change between these, which makes sense. The resources change, like the nodes change, and everything else out there changes, I think. Guess we haven't paid enough attention to the islands to know if like the shape of them changes or if they stay the same. And there's just like other nodes, like the shipwrecks and stuff out there change for sure. I want to say the islands change, but I could be wrong. But we're learning things. Like this shipwreck is like always here, I think. Which kind of makes sense because there's a couple missions out here So they may need, like, this facility over there, I think it's over there. They may need that one to stay always. Stuff like that. And I seem we've had a connection blip there, which is super fun. Thanks, Internet. I'm so thrilled that you do that sometimes. And not at all angry at you. One would not describe me as an angry elf. Thank you. Fucking wing. Let's go ahead, put this on there. And I need to put... top that up. I need to put things into crates. I should have done that up here. I was too busy being irritated by my internet and by the wingy bits teleporting me around. There we go. There we go. There we go. All of that in place. Cool. We'll move a thing and then dump as many of those bodies in there as we can. First and foremost, let's go ahead and put water. Container. There we go. A large water cistern. And a sister cistern to the cistern. And then yet another. And then one more. Like so. Perfect. Can we get away with... Ooh, I did forget to bring lube out for this stuff. Okay, well. Let's do this. You have 14 days of uptime in use, so I've already got too much out here. That's fine. If I was to... I think what happened is I just didn't... I think I had like a little bit too little lube. A little shy, and I just grabbed a stack and threw it in there and called it good. Which actually is very beneficial to me right now, as I have squirreled. Oop, wrong button. I have squirreled and not brought more. But meow, if I put this in, I don't know, Kim's go. The other one's upstairs, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just enough to pull them all out of there. And then go ahead and hit the refuel button. 7 days of power. Plenty, plenty. We only got another 4 days out here. Well, another 3 days now. And in fact 2, because we'll pull down early. Still 26 spice refining in there, which is awesome. 91 there. Ready for me. And I don't know if that's 91 because the... put these over here. Because the bonus process, or because I built a thing and it pulled it out of that box instead of the other? I don't. Questions about. There we go. But that's fine. Ingots. A 33 in there. Yeah, let's go ahead and do... This can no longer be ingots. This can now be human resources. The Human Resources Department. And let's go ahead and do storage, circuit 1 there, so you're just back to being regular old container with a name. You can live over here, meow. You can be full of dead bodies, don't worry about it. That's just a thing that happens. And then we got a couple spots still. We'll see how that goes. Let's place this a little further back, because we're trying to have a civilization here. There. Lovely. How lovely. Let's go ahead and throw 91 spice. That'll be enough for, I think, 2, because we should have extra back home. By extra, I mean over and above what we have set ourselves as a number, picked somewhat arbitrarily, to hold in reserve. We'll let that go and run. We'll let that finish overnight. There'll be another 260 spice. It's amazing. Y'all are running. Yeah, it wouldn't have worked if you weren't running. So there's enough wind in there, which is cool. Good to know. Big fan. Right? Okay. Away we go. We'll stop by Arakeen quick. We'll go home and wrap things up. I'm thinking today feels like a day to eat corn dogs and just revel in the white trashness that a corn dog is. It's wonderful. Bum, 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 bum. Out you go. I should tackle that task today. I should get music set up. Later. Do some other things first. First and foremost. Arakeen should be like, not there, but right over here. South a bit. Rude Bricks. Arakeen, right over there. There we go. Do 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 do. Alright. Do this quick. Do 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 do. My orders. Completed, nothing. Active. Okay, so we do have 2 things in there still. I don't know if they'll sell or not. Doesn't really matter. Like, people want them, they can have them. If they expire, they expire. No big deal. We don't really need them. That's for sure. We need better than house gear. The fact that all the other stuff sold and those didn't makes me curious, though, for sure. Is it just, like, not a good gun? Maybe. Never built one. Oop, let's make sure we come in the right power slice. There we go. Perfect. Bum, 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 bum. That's kind of a cool skin. Kind of sleek. Kind of dig it. Bum, 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 bum. This stuff put away. We'll build the next pieces tomorrow. I was thinking about doing them today, but like, that'd be a nice start. Be a good way to have a little early momentum. Assault, you, and then spice. Assault. In there. We have 171, so we can do 2. Why do I have 960 spice sand here? Oh, you know what? That was the leftovers, I bet, from that we didn't have the water to process. So we'll get another 10 spice out of that tomorrow. That's amazing. We'll throw it in the thopter so we don't forget it. Hopefully we don't forget it, like, when we go pick up stuff. Don't forget to take it out. This is fine. Everything is happening, and it's okay, and it's the way it can be, and should be. And everything is fine. There. We'll go log out in our bedroom as is tradition. So, thank you for coming to hang out with me. We made a ton of great progress. I had a ton of fun chatting and ranting about silly things today. It was a good day on the old stream. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, I should be back here doing more of it, and I would love to see you again. We'll finish up the Thopter, I hope. I hope we'll be able to finish it tomorrow. Plastanium is going to be an issue, so we'll probably do some Plastanium farming tomorrow. Yeah, and we'll get that going, and it should be a good time. So, come on back around. Have yourselves a wonderful evening. I will catch